Hello, and welcome back to Zen and Fanfics. Today we're starting an exciting new series. What if Deku was Nagisa Shiota? If you enjoy this video, please like and subscribe for more content. The story we're featuring is written by Boring Stories on Wattpad. You can find all the relevant links in the description, so be sure to check out the author's profile and say hello. Now let's dive into the story. Ever since Nagisa Shiota was declared quirkless, his mother, Hiromi Shiota, became determined to make him a useful person in this life. Nagisa wasn't the best in schools. Not a child prodigy like Asano, but not a complete dumbass like Terasika. During his elementary school years, he passes, but not up to his mother's standards. The moment he graduated from elementary school, his mother enrolled him in Alder Junior High. But there was a catch. Nagisa would be attending Kunakigaka Junior High's lower classes in order to be more proficient in his grades. But Kunakigaka and Aldera were in two different areas of Japan. Kunakigaka was in the quirkless area, and Aldera was with most of the Japanese population, the area with quirks. Disregarding Nagisa's feelings, Hiromi forced him to attend both schools so that he could fulfill her dreams of going to her dream college. During the application process, Principal Asano pulled Hiromi for a meeting. The principal turned his chair around, spinning to see Hiromi face to face. "Hello, you are Nagisa Shiota's mother." She looked the principal up and down. "Yes, that's me. What did you call me for? Was there a problem in the application process?" "Not necessarily. We do have one issue, though." "And what might that be?" She raised her eyebrow in concern, her eyes showing a hint of annoyance. "You see, you are enrolling your son in two different parts of Japan, and the school system is not okay with that. Your son's name cannot be registered for both schools," Asano explained. "What? Why can't I do what I want with my daughter?" She raised her hands in protest, annoyed. "There is a way to get around it." Asano smirked. This was almost too easy. Enrolling this kid would help him enforce his school policy. His grades will drop due to stress, and he will make the perfect E-class example. "Tell me, my appealing baby girl has so much potential. I won't let some stupid school system tell me what to do," she said, fanning herself with papers. Asano sighed. "You must register your son under a fake name and have a fake identity for the two of you. You are widowed, correct?" He raised one eyebrow. "Yes." She snapped. "What about it?" "Nothing." He smiled coldly. "You will be given fake information to register with Aldera. You needn't worry, though. The only thing that will be changing is your name and your son's appearance while he is there." "Oh, that's perfect. Can you make her more feminine-like?" she pleaded, much to Asano's disgust. "What was that lady's problem?" "No." He paused, then continued. "Are you sure you want to enroll your son here? You understand that this is no ordinary school. Even though he will only be attending part-time, the courses are rigorous." He tried to fake warn her, while still manipulating her to join. Hiromi scoffed. "Of course I understand. Do you think I'm some idiot? My daughter can handle anything, and I will not raise her to be some lazy bum in this world," she exclaimed. And so, that's how Nagisa Shiota became Izuku Midoriya. He had to change his name and appearance, and Asano gave him a random hair and eye color that Hiromi hated. In this AU, Bakugo's mother didn't know Midoriya's mother, and Bakugo only knew Midoriya from middle school, and therefore only seen him as the green-haired boy. Nagisa decided to not pay too much attention to the bullies at Aldera. He had too much studying to do. And just like Takebayashi, the pressure to study and the constant cramming got to his head. In the middle of second year, he dropped out of Aldera to attend Kunakigaka full-time and be able to drop the disguise. By third year, he was in Class 3E along with the others. He hadn't had that much of a connection to Mrs. Yukimura, but he still knew her, like the others. After the events of third year, Nagisa took it upon himself to emancipate from his mother. The constant emotional manipulation and abuse took a toll on him. He moved into living at the house permanently. He wasn't the only one, though. Kiera had also emancipated from her parents, and Itono was also parentless. So it wasn't unusual for the fatherless conversations to come up at the dinner table, courtesy of Nakamura, Terasika, and Karma teasing the kids. They didn't pay too much attention to it. It was all jokes. Of course, When the class found out about Nagisa's mother being abusive and manipulative, they were pissed off. One day, he came to school with bruises, and he couldn't hide his pain anymore. He had to stop 3E from killing his mother in her sleep. Instead, being the only responsible one in the group, Mr. Karasuma managed to get him the papers to emancipate, even though Koro-sensei was totally for the killing resolution, and Hayami and Chiba wanted to snipe her in her sleep, and Karma and Terasika wanted to stab her, and Beach-sensei said, "Nobody hurts my students except for me," and offered to kill her. They all managed to calm down before doing anything irrational. The same went for Kiera. When she came clean about her mother's emotional abuse, the class reacted the same way. Still, when the topic of either of their mothers is brought up, the E-class kids had to take a deep breath before saying their next words. "Hey, Koro-sensei." "Yes, Nagisa, my dear. I need some advice." "I miss you." Silence. "I'm sorry." "What?" "I can't help you. You killed me, remember?" Nagisa felt a chill. Suddenly, he was back in the classroom, surrounded by familiar faces, his classmates. They weren't smiling. They were glaring. He heard the shouts. The words were harsh, filled with anger and disappointment. "Murderer! Monster! Heartless!" The accusations cut through him, each word heavy, pressing down on his chest. He looked around, desperate, searching for understanding, for forgiveness. But all he found was rage. "Why did you do it, Nagisa?" Someone screamed, voice trembling with grief. "We loved him." "No, I didn't mean to. I swear," he cried, his voice cracking, the weight of guilt crashing over him. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Nagisa's pleas were met with silence. He jolted awake, drenched in sweat. Izuku, Midoriya's heart raced as he took in his surroundings, his palms sweaty from fear. Izuku sighed, shaking off the remnants of yet another nightmare. Ever since Koro-sensei had died, these strange, haunting dreams kept visiting him. He'd grown accustomed to them by now, though. He wasn't too worried about Class 3E hating him. They'd all stayed close and even used their reward money to get a place together. They were like family, in a way. He smiled at the thought as he got out of bed and quickly changed into his clothes for the day. Today was going to be a long one, he thought with a sigh, reaching for his phone to check the Class 3E group chat, a habit he kept up every morning. "Keano, good morning, everyone." "Sugino, good morning, Keano." "Maihara, ugh, I'm so tired. Remind me why we can't just skip high school." "Isegai, Maihara, you do know that even though Koro-sensei was amazing, he didn't teach us everything." "Keano, also it was your choice to go to public school. You could have just been homeschooled like me and Ritsu." "Ritsu, that's right. You should see us during school hours. It's like paradise. It's so quiet, especially with Okajima gone." "Okajima, what was that?" "Ritsu, oh nothing." "Nagisa, good morning, everyone." "Nagisa, and also, be lucky that you don't have hero training at 8 in the morning." "Maihara, no thanks, I'll stick to regular PE." "Okuda, ugh, I've been up for the past hour." "Phew, well, why? Doesn't your school start later?" "Okuda, well, Karma, Ruro, has little Okuda gotten in trouble?" "Okuda, I kind of." "Okuda, got detention." Izuku's eyes widened. "What? Okuda? Detention? That was practically impossible. She was the most chill person he knew. Well, except when she was around Karma." The group chat erupted with surprise and disbelief. "Okano, what? What could you have possibly done?" "Hara, oh my god." "Hayami, is that even possible?" "Nagisa, what did you do?" "Terasaka, there's no effing way." "Karma. Okuda, oh my gosh, you guys. It wasn't anything bad like that." "Ritsu, hey guys, your school is about to start, you know." "Sugino, ugh." "Itona, geez, what are you?" "My mom." "Also good morning, everyone." "Yoshida, but you don't have a mom." "Itona, do you want to die?" "Mimura, can we not?" "Nagisa, anyways, thanks for that, Ritsu." "Karma, hold on a second, guys. Okuda never told us what happened." "Okuda, I'm sneaking my phone in detention RN." "Chiba, are you even Okuda anymore?" "Hayami, this behavior is surprising." "Keano, I'm sure it was nothing bad." "Okuda, okay, listen." The chat was silent for a moment. "Okuda, basically I was in chemistry class." "Nakamura, oh no." "Okuda, Anyways, Okuda, and the teacher was talking about a chemical reaction. Kiera, did you blow up the classroom? Nagisa, Kiera, no. Okuda, and the teacher was totally wrong. Keano, did you tell him after class? Karma, did you kill him after class? Okuda, no. I confronted him in front of everyone. Terasaka, wow. Itona, you got ball. Okuda, hey. Okuda, I really love chemistry, okay? Okuda, and anyway. He got really mad at me that I was challenging him, and then he told me to go to detention for calling him out. Kanzaki, what a JRK. Okuda, in the end, I was totally right, and he almost blew up the room. Karma, I wanted to see that. Muramatsu, good morning. Nagisa, you're just waking up? Muramatsu, Karasuma, all of you get TO class and stop talking. Beach Sensei, yeah, what he said. Isegai, yes, sir. Beach Sensei, Beach Sensei. And who changed my name to that? Izuku chuckled as the chat went quiet. That seemed like a good place to end things. He glanced at the time, 8:45. OCRP, I'm late. He scrambled out of the dorm and dashed to class, only to be met by his classmates' questions about his tardiness. Midoriya, why are you late? Ida demanded. Midoriya, I saw you in your dorm earlier. How are you late? Momo asked. Everyone stared at him, and Izuku quickly came up with an excuse. Oh, WL, I couldn't find my clothes, he stammered. Jiru's voice cut through the silence. That's a lie. I heard typing and laughing from your room. Izuku winced. Curse her in those ears. Oh, Midoriya has a girlfriend. Mineta taunted. Shut it, grape shit, a familiar voice rang out. Who the hell do you think you are, nerd? Bakugo sneered, his voice loud as always. You think you're better than everyone, coming in 15 minutes late? And no, not at all, Kakin. I was just talking to some old friends, Izuku replied, faking nervousness, which seemed to satisfy Bakugo. Whatever, Bakugo grumbled. Your lucky sensei is also late. He would have had your butt for breakfast. He reminded Izuku of Terasaka in a way, except Terasaka actually had a soft side. Right on cue, Aizawa entered the classroom, his voice as tired as ever. All right, children, let's get this lesson over with. Homeroom was, as usual, a bore. At least something exciting was lined up for the next PRD, considering Mike Sensei wasn't there to teach English today. For Izuku, that wasn't much of a loss. Almost on cue, the students broke off into groups, some pulling out their phones now that there was no teacher in sight. For hero students, Izuku thought, you'd expect a bit more responsibility. As he took out his own phone to check for messages, he noticed a recent exchange from the Class 3E group chat, a mention about the house in Fuwa. He'd check it later. Hopefully, everything back at the house was still in one piece. Just then, Todoroki and Uraraka approached him. Izuku quickly pocketed his phone, greeting them with a polite smile. Hey, Deku-kun, Uraraka said with her usual brightness. Hello, Uraraka-san, Todo-in, he replied, doing his best to hide his tiredness. But his efforts seemed to fall short, as Uraraka's next words confirmed. Deku-kun, was the last time you slept well? Your eye bags are concerning. Izuku felt the eyes of a few other classmates turning his way. He scrambled for a response, offering a reassuring smile. I'm okay, Uraraka-san. I promise. I've just been doing a lot of training, that's all. If you say so. Anyways, Uraraka began, trailing off as Todoroki jumped in with a question. Midoriya, where did you go to middle school? Todoroki asked, catching him completely off guard. Just then, as if on cue, Izuku's phone rang with Ritsu's familiar ringtone, a calm melody he recognized immediately. He sighed in relief, grateful for the interruption. Most of the class looked over in surprise. Sorry, guys, I'm going to take this, he mumbled, hurrying out of the room toward the bathroom, thanking Ritsu under his breath. No way was he ready to explain his past as a trained assassin who'd killed his own middle school teacher. He glanced at the group chat to distract himself, scrolling back through older messages. Thankfully, there were no messages being sent in the 3E group chat. I decided to read the old ones since it was only a little. Isegai, can someone tell me the code for the house door? Sugino, you forgot? No way. Isegai, what is it? Sugino, Kanzaki, loudly crying face. Fua, I got you, Isegai. Isegai, thanks. Fua, 11,037. Meg, I know you did not just make the code to a house full of valuable future assassins, numbers you found in a manga. Fua, ahehe. Fua, not just any manga, it's also a game and an anime. It's special because, Nakamura, I'm going to stop you there before you nerd out. Itona, I can change it if you want. Nakamura, nah, should be fine. Isegai, thanks Fua. We might have to talk about your choices though. Beach Sensei, get TO class. Nakamura, geez. Izuku smiled at the usual chaos. That explains the silence, he thought. As he pocketed his phone, he heard voices back in the classroom. Did you guys see our substitute teacher? She's so hot. She might even rival Midnight Sensei. Mineta squeaked, his voice dripping with excitement. How is he even a hero? Izuku thought with a sigh. No way. She's supposed to be really skilled at fighting and from the government too. Kaminari added. From the government, huh? Maybe I've seen her somewhere. Ritsu POV. As soon as Mineta made his remark, Ritsu knew it was time. She connected to the camera at the front of the classroom, setting the recording on Nagisa's phone. She sent a quick message. It's go time. Izuku stayed back, half curious and half dreading the appearance of the substitute teacher. The last thing I need is another Midnight Sensei. Suddenly, he heard footsteps echoing in the hallway. The entire class hurried to their seats, pretending to be busy as the figure stepped into the doorway. Beach Sensei. Izuku Midoriya thought he led a relatively normal life. Sure, he'd been demoted to E-class, then pulled his grades up, had the best teacher ever, killed that teacher, went to space, fought a few enemies, and even saved Earth from obliteration. Okay, maybe his life wasn't that normal, but he cherished every moment, thanks to the lessons Kora-sensei had taught him, to look for growth in every experience, no matter how challenging. That's why he never regretted even the bad times. He'd gotten used to his strange life, so when he spotted his former English teacher and pro-assassin standing at the front of his classroom, he was momentarily stunned. Beach Sensei. The words slipped out before he could stop himself, and his hand shot to his mouth, embarrassment flooding over him. Why did I say that out loud? Now I look like even more of a weirdo. The room fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. But only for a second, because then the classroom erupted. Midoriya, what kind of language is that for a teacher? What? Midoriya, are you feeling okay? Did that nerd just cuss out a teacher? Midobro, that is so not manly. Mineta's voice piped up. It's true. Her assets rival Midnight Sensei's. Silence fell once more, everyone glaring at Mineta in disgust. Before the class could start up again, Professor Beach snapped back. You little punk. Who do you think you're talking to? Class 1A POV. Class 1A stared, baffled. Midoriya was the last person anyone would expect to disrespect a teacher like that. He was usually polite, even apologetic for looking at someone the wrong way. But here he was, openly calling this teacher a name. The woman, unfazed, stormed over to Midoriya. The class tensed, fearing the punishment he was about to receive. But then she hugged him. Izuku's POV. Midoriya rolled his eyes, a grin creeping onto his face. You're not really one to talk, Mrs. Jelovich, he retorted. So why are you here? Besides showing off your new, teaching credentials. She crossed her arms, unimpressed. I'm here to WHBU punks into shape with English lessons, of course. Fantastic, Midoriya muttered, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he returned to his seat. Midoriya, watch out, the class cried in unison. He hadn't even settled when he sensed movement. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a glint of silver hurtling toward him. He whipped around, catching the knife effortlessly, a smirk playing on his lips. Nice try, Professor Beach. Did you really have to throw that in front of my class? Jelovich crossed her arms, rolling her eyes. I wouldn't have done it if I didn't think you could handle it. Midoriya shrugged, giving her a cheeky smile. Good to know your teaching methods haven't changed. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be informing Mr. Karasuma about this stunt. In a flash, he dashed out the door with Mrs. Jelovich hot on his heels, yelling, "Get back here, you little goblin!" Class 1A POV. Class 1A could only stare in shocked silence as the bizarre scene unfolded before them. Bakugo finally broke the silence with a loud, "What the hell was that?" Kirishima muttered, "I have no idea, man." Mina asked, "Is she even our English teacher?" Momo shrugged. She did say she was here to teach English. As the class tried to piece together what they just witnessed, Todoroki spoke up. "Did you see Midoriya catch that knife like it was nothing?" Hagakure added, Yes. I'd never be able to catch something thrown that fast." Zero looked concerned. "Do you think she's a villain? Why else would someone throw a knife at a student?" Tokoyami replied, "They seemed familiar with each other. They must have known each other before." Jiraiya nodded. "They must have been close, too. I mean, that hug." Mineta, predictably, added, "The things I would do to get a hug like that." The rest of the class rolled their eyes, disgusted. Meanwhile, Ida simply sighed in disapproval. But Bakugo squinted. "I swear I've seen that woman before. But where?" Jiraiya tapped her chin. "Now that you mention it, I think I've seen her on the news last year. Did she say her name was?" Before anyone could continue, Izuku and Mrs. Jelovich reappeared, panting slightly. She looked irritated, while Izuku seemed smug. "Curse Karasuma for training you brats to run so fast," she huffed. Izuku shrugged. "Where is he, by the way?" "How would I know?" A voice from Izuku's phone cut in, loud enough for the class to hear. "Someone's coming." Ritsu's voice sounded calm, but Izuku sprang to his desk, and Mrs. Jelovich strode to the board. "Apologies for the interruption," she said, plastering on a strained smile. "It's okay, Mrs. Ida prompted. "Jelovich." With a V, she emphasized, writing it on the board in neat script. At that moment, Principal Nizu entered the classroom. "Ah, good to see you've settled in." Izuku's voice, surprisingly bright, piped up. "Yes, Principal Nizu. I like her already." The class stared at Midoriya, baffled by his unexpected change in tone. Once Nizu left, the teacher's smile vanished. "You don't need to save my reputation, you know. I can handle myself." Izuku scoffed. "I could have told him you were throwing knives. And I'm still telling Karasuma." Kaminari snickered from the back. He was clearly enjoying the exchange. Professor Beach seemed to pause, then smiled mischievously. "Nah, I mean Midoriya, you're my favorite student." Izuku's eyes narrowed. "Glad to hear it, Jelovich." Mrs. Jelovich rolled her eyes and began the lesson by writing on the board, "You are incredible in bed." The class sweat dropped. What kind of sentence is that? Eventually, the bell rang, and the students thanked Mrs. Jelovich, still unsure of what they'd witnessed. Izuku lingered, turning to her with a smirk. Izuku's POV. "Beach-sensei, maybe you could have toned it down. And did you have to throw a knife?" She rolled her eyes, filing her nails. "It's not my fault you complained about your classmates, thinking you're cryptic. I was just helping with the image." "Oh, and nearly calling me the wrong name? I told you it's Izuku Midoriya now." Right, she muttered. "But I still don't understand why you changed it." He replied, dripping sarcasm, "Oh, you know, all those people trying to kill us and such. Small things." She shrugged. "Fair enough. Although it sounds like Fua's antics haven't changed at all." "Not all," he chuckled. Just then, his phone buzzed, and Ritsu's face appeared on the screen. "You might want to check your messages, Nagisa." She wore a mischievous grin. Izuku sighed. "What now?" He went to check his phone, only to see a million messages from E-Class. "Ritsu, live video has ended. Click to rewatch." He clicked on the video, thinking it couldn't be that bad. The video started, and it was him. The video starts with Class 1A talking about the sub. Professor Beach walks into the class, and Nagisa exclaims, "Beach-sensei." He quickly covers his mouth and turns bright red. His classmates scold him, and Beach-sensei pulls him into a melon's hug. The video goes on as it happened in real life and stops when Class 1A leaves. "Seriously? Maehara, Elmaphone Nagisa, your face was hilarious." "Sugino, you guys are so mean for tricking him like that." "Keanu, Elmeo, Okajima, why doesn't she give me Melon's hugs?" "Kanzaki, because nobody wants to hug you." "Okajima, stop it." "Terasika, You guys are actual idiots. Muramatsu. Guys, don't listen to him. He's almost crying of laughter over here. Karma. Oh geez, that was something. Hinano. Oh my gosh, Nagisa. You turned as red as Karma's hair. Nakamura. OMG, you're right, ha 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 ha. Yada. When did you tease Beach Sensei without us, Nagisa? Isegai. Poor Nagisa. Sagaya. How did you guys even get Jelabich to agree to this? She hates kids. Nakamura. It was Ritsu's idea. Ritsu. Fuwa. It would also be good for the plot. Kiera. What plot? Maihara. Anyways. Muramatsu. You do know Nagisa is going to kill us, right? Karma. Not if we all blame it on Terasika. Terasika? What the hell? Okuda. How will we even do that? Crying face. Nakamura. Nagisa wouldn't do anything, don't worry guys. He loves us too much. Nagisa. Nagisa. Did you forget I could see the messages too? Nakamura. Oh. Nagisa. You guys are so stressful. Sad face. Karma. I don't say that to us, Nagisa. Keanu. Don't worry about it, it was just a silly prank. Nagisa. It's okay. I knew something was wrong because Ritsu was acting suspicious the whole time. Hayami. As if you could tell from her poker face. Hinano. You totally. I played cards with her, and her face was so hard to read. Nagisa. Okay, fine, I didn't know anything. Sugino. Cheer up, bro, it's okay. Nagisa. You should have seen how she was teaching in the class. It was almost like a normal teacher. Yoshida. There's no way, dude. Itona. What does that even mean? Considering she's her. Nagisa. The examples were so normal. One of them was the octopus jumped over the house. Meg. Oh, that reminds me of when we almost killed Korosensei and he had to jump on the roof of the school. Isegai. You're right. Kanzaki. I bet she misses him. Beach Sensei. Hey kids. What are we talking about? Beach Sensei. Beach Sensei. I don't miss him, is. Beach Sensei was muted. Sugino. You can do that? Ritsu. There goes my admin. Karasuma. Yep. Meg. Rip. Underscore. 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 Well, he can't get mad at them for the prank because if it was happening to Terasika, he would totally laugh. Well, at least tomorrow is Friday. Back in the 1A dorms. Class 1, it was in the common room, most of them laying on a couch, while the rest sit down on a rug. Mina sighed. One eventful day. Kirishima agreed. I know, right? My favorite part was English class. We actually learned a lot despite Mrs. Jelovich's weird methods of teaching. Kaminari shared. Mineta chimed in, I loved English class too, but not for that reason. But Kugo, unable to tolerate Mineta's antics, threw a pillow at his face, exclaiming, Shut up already. You are so goddamn annoying. Mineta, undeterred, responded, Whatever. I guess you don't want to hear what I have to say about Midoriya. I guess I'll get going. Todoroki intervened. Hold on. What did you say? What are you hiding, Mineta? Don't joke around like that. Uraraka pressed. Ida added, Midoriya is our friend. We want to make sure he is okay. So if you have some information, you have to tell us. Mineta reluctantly agreed. Okay, fine. He got up from the couch and moved to a place where everyone could see him, piquing their interest. Mineta began to reveal. It all started when I was walking by the teacher's lounge. I noticed they were talking about us, and I decided to eavesdrop. Ida disapproved, stating, That is not hero-like at all. Bakugo, impatient, retorted, Shut it, Four Eyes. You want to hear the story, or what? Mineta continued, Anyway, I heard them talking about our middle school, and they went over everyone's records one by one. Mina exclaimed, Wow. Uraraka admired. What dedication. They got to Midoriya, and Aizawa-sensei was confused because Principal Nizu stopped talking. Mineta said, subtly lowering his voice. He paused for effect. Mineta continued, Aizawa-sensei asked what the problem was, and then Principal Nizu said there were an O record from his third year at middle school. The class fell silent. The implications of having no record for an entire year were perplexing and unsettling. Momo questioned, "Wait a minute, what? Is that legal?" Mineta confessed, "I don't know." It sounded like a total cover-up for something. Even Mrs. Aizawa was concerned. Todoroki analyzed, there are only two possibilities. One, he simply didn't go to middle school for his third year, or two, something happened so bad that his record was sealed. Tsuyu added, but the only way for a record to be sealed is if it came from the government. Bakugo, visibly frustrated, demanded, "What the hell are you implying? Are you trying to say that he is involved with someone? Or something?" Shiro speculated. It could be villains. Tokoyami suggested. Or gangs. Jairu added. Uraraka, trying to make sense of it, defended Midoriya. Hold on, guys. What are you even saying? This is the Midoriya we all know and love. He is the most kind person ever. He would never be involved in something bad. Unless he's not who he says he is. Hagakure said, disturbed. The class was stunned. Nobody had even considered that possibility. Todoroki expressed his unease. Something just isn't right. Tokoyami suggested, "We should get to bed. We have stuff to do anyway." The class, still processing the shocking information, reluctantly prepared for bed, their minds filled with uncertainty about their friend Midoriya. Tokoyami knew where Midoriya was due to him being friends with Kiera. Kiera told him a little bit about his class and what that do, so Tokoyami knew he would leave on Friday. What he doesn't know is what the hell could Kiera and Midoriya be hiding. He decided it was best to play along and defend Midoriya, but he knew he had to get to the bottom of this somehow. It was finally Friday, Midoriya's favorite day of the week. You see, Classy stayed together even after Koro-sensei was gone. They lived in a huge house, bought with some of the reward money they'd earned. Every Friday, they'd gather for dinner, chatting about school and any upcoming missions. After Koro-sensei's death, the government decided their assassination skills were too valuable to waste. Now, they took on occasional missions to eliminate villains and bad guys. Most missions were done in groups of 2 to 4, though Midoriya wished they could go as a whole class more often. After all, bonding over taking down threats was something they'd come to enjoy, only against those who deserved it, of course. After school, Midoriya hung out in the common area of the dorms, knowing Sugino and Maehara would be there soon to pick him up. The only tricky part about Fridays was coming up with an excuse for his classmates. It was always the same, "I'm going out with friends." It worked well enough, though he could tell his classmates were starting to get suspicious, especially after their recent encounter with Beach Sensei. As expected, his classmates started questioning him yet again. They were all lounging in a common room when Ritsu messaged that Sugino and Maehara were waiting outside. Midoriya got up to leave, but Mina called after him. "Hey, Mida babe, where are you going?" He responded like clockwork, "Just going out with some friends like I do every Friday." He hoped that would be enough, but Hagakure chimed in. "It's weird that you never hang out with us on Fridays. Even Bakugo stays with us." "Huh? What was that? You invisible idiot." Bakugo barked. Kirishima replied, "Geez, calm down, Baku bro." Uraraka added, "Deku-kun, Mina's right." While they were distracted, Midoriya discreetly texted Maehara that he'd be a little late. Maehara replied with a thumbs up, saying he'd go pick up Itona and come back. "Midoriya!" Ida suddenly shouted. "It is very rude to ignore your classmates and be on your phone. You seem very attached to that device lately." Midoriya inwardly sighed. Ida's outburst caught everyone's attention, though they thankfully didn't press further. Midoriya knew they'd be talking about him the moment he left. Tokoyami finally spoke up, telling Midoriya to go ahead and not to worry. The rest of the class looked at him with furrowed brows, but allowed him to leave peacefully. Relieved, he said his goodbyes and left the dorms to meet his friends in the car. Mina could not talk about the recent incident to the group. You guys saw that, right? Jairu expressed frustration. He didn't even care about what we had to say. Bakugo, as usual, retorted, "Who cares? Just let him be. He's an annoying idiot anyway." Ida begs, "Please don't say that about your classmates." Bakugo replied, Shut up, Four Eyes. And why do you guys even care about him anyway? Uraraka questioned. Do you see the way he's been acting recently? It's really odd. And even so, don't forget what happened yesterday. Todoroki added. Kirishima emphasized. Exactly. Did you see the way he caught that knife that was thrown at him? Like, who catches a knife like that? Wait, what? A knife? What happened while I was in the bathroom? And are we talking about the same Midoriya here? Ojiro said, concerned. No joke. It was like a scene from a ninja movie. Jelovich throws a knife at him, and he catches it without breaking a sweat. Kaminari said, stars in his eyes. Ribbit. That's not normal hero stuff. That's like assassin-level reflexes. So you said, Tokoyami suggested, you guys could just be reading too much into it. Yeah, except every time we talk about his past, or anything about his middle school experience, he deflects like a pro. Todoroki said, disturbed. Momo added, I've noticed that too. Azui asked Bakugo, wait, didn't you go to middle school with him? Shiro urged, yeah, you could tell us about him. Bakugo, straightforward as ever, stated, he only went to my school for 2 years. He transferred for his 3rd year. Mina needed more information. Okay, so what was he like during his 1st and 2nd years? Bakugo didn't mince words. A F loser, that's what he was like. Ida scolded, language Bakugo. Bakugo responded cheekily, Japanese dumbass. Ida sighed. Mineta chimed in. Then he could be texting his friend from the 3rd year, right? Jairu speculated. Well, they must be close, considering how much he talks to them. Kaminari, confused, interjected, wait, what? Momo clarified, what do you mean? He started being on his phone more recently. Unless that is what you mean. The class stared at Jairu, in confusion. Jairu explained, you guys cannot be serious, right? In present mixed class, he's always blasting away on his phone. Uraraka was surprised. No way, but English is his favorite subject. Mina added, and his best one too. Kirishima doubted. He would never do that. Are you sure, Jairu? Jairu affirmed. I'm sure. Todoroki suggested. Maybe we don't know him as well as we think we do. The class grew silent, unsure of what to say. Mina broke the silence. I guess we could ask him some questions when he comes back. Great. We could play truth or dare to. Hagakure suggested. Momo concluded. Then it seems we have a plan. The kids went back to normal, resuming their typical Friday night activities. They were excited to see what happens next. After a while, the students grew concerned for Midoriya. He hadn't come home in a while, and it was getting late. Why isn't he back yet? Uraraka said, concerned. He is breaking the curfew, is he not? Ida said, a hint of concern in his voice. No, that doesn't apply on Fridays. Momo said, correcting them. Do you think something happened to him? Mina said. She had asked the question that everyone was thinking, but too scared to ask. No, I trust that he is safe. He should be able to take care of himself, Kirishima said. Yeah, plus it's getting really late. We should get to bed. We have special combat training tomorrow. Kaminari added. That shitty nerd will be there tomorrow. Anyway, he wouldn't miss training. Bakugo exclaimed, though a few students could sense concern in his voice. Everyone said their goodnights and went to bed. Some of the kids from 3E go to the same school. Some of them stay in dorms, but the others just return to the house. Isegai, Sugino, and Kanzaki, dorms. Muramatsu, Terasika, Karma, and Yada. Nakamura and Maehara, dorms. Kiera and Mimura. Okajima, Hayami, Chiba, Fuwa, and Sagaya. Okuda, Itona, Yoshida, Takebayashi, dorms. Hara and Kimura. Keano and Ritsu do virtual school. Okeno, Inano, Meg, and Nagisa don't go to school with anyone else from E-class, dorms. The house that they all own is huge, like really big. That is what they can achieve when they are filthy rich, I guess. First floor, kitchen, main living room, main dining room. Second floor, rooms for every kid and a bathroom every 3 rooms apart. Third floor, home theater, drink-making area, and an office area where they could work with computers. They could do things like keeping track of missions. Fourth floor, huge library with tons of reading material. Most of it comes from the Ministry of Defense and covers everything from bomb making to self-defense. There are other books that are there just to read when you are bored. Fifth floor, a game room with things like video games to board games and an outdoor rooftop area to just chill. Backyard, pool area with a barbecue and many areas to hang out. Includes a garden. Each room in the house has an intercom hung on the wall. On said intercom, you can push a button to send an audio message to any room or all of them at once. Every room is also included with an emergency button. This can be used in the case of villains or assassins trying to get through the house security. Pushing this button will lock every personal room, the library, and the office because those rooms contain the most important stuff. They don't have to worry about cleaning or anything, thanks to Itona, Ritsu, and Mimura helping make cleaning robots. In this AU, all the characters live near to each other, so the UA dorms would be like a 25-minute drive to the 3 mansion. Keanu's appearance-changing quirk cannot be taken off unless she does so herself. Aizawa's erasure quirk will not change the appearance of Nagisa. Keanu cannot change the voices or eye color of a person. They have to get contacts themselves. Keanu is homeschooled so that she can continue her acting career. Most of the 3E characters are quirkless, but some of them have quirks. Those quirks are harmless and mostly basic. They will be noted if needed throughout the story. All the kids from 3 know that Nagisa has a quirk from All Might, but All Might doesn't know they know. The 3 middle school records from her 3rd year are sealed by the government. Anything that Nizu can see is the fact that they graduated and their ranks for their final exams. This helped the 3E kids still be able to go to their dream high schools. The 3E kids can still pursue their careers, but they all know that assassination comes first. Nagisa, Sujino, Maihara, and Itona finally arrive at the house, all of them beaming with excitement. This place is so cool. I'm glad we decided to get a house for us to stay in. Nagisa said enthusiastically. Dude, I'm so excited to see everyone, Maihara says, grinning. The door swings open, and their Class 3E classmates welcome them with enthusiasm. Hey guys, you finally made it, Okano said. They were met with a few other greetings, then they dispersed to check out what the classmates were doing. Nagisa glanced at the living room area. He could hear the sound of laughter and what sounded like a scream. He opened the door and was met with the sight of Karma and Terasika playing a video game together, Karma being relaxed and calm, while Terasika looked like he was nearly crushing his joystick with how hard he was holding it. Isegai and Kimura were behind them on a couch, laughing at Terasika's attempt to win on Rainbow Road in Mario Kart. In the kitchen, Muramatsu, Yada, and Kanzaki were preparing something for them to eat, presumably dessert due to the amazing smell coming from the oven. In the other side of the living room area, Itona and Ritsu decided to work on something to build. Thanks to Itona's Ritsu-mobile, Ritsu was able to have a human-like body with robot functions. Maihara met up with Nakamura to help set up the table, and Nagisa noticed the huge variety of foods that were ready to eat. Nagisa ended up watching the boys play video games while also making sure that Karma and Terasika don't kill each other. After a couple minutes, Isegai and Meg helped gather the kids to the table to eat. Hey, everyone, it's time to eat, Isegai said with a grin. Come soon, or I'll eat all the food, Meg said playfully. That was enough to get everyone settled. They all noticed the food and were ready to eat. DMN, they really have something for everyone here, Nagisa thought. Hey, by the way, where did you guys get all this food? Questioned Sujino, eyeing the impressive spread. Well, me, Muramatsu, and Yada worked their magic in the kitchen, but we also managed to score some additional options from a friend who owns a restaurant, Kanzaki said, beaming with pride. Wow, that's amazing, guys. Thank you so much, Hinano exclaimed, already eyeing a plate full of delicious treats. The rest of the kids expressed their gratitude, and they all sat down to enjoy their feast. Nakamura, wow, this ramen is amazing, Muramatsu. Terasaka, smirking, she's not wrong. It's better than your dad's. The others chuckled, and Muramatsu, with a mock-offended expression, responded. Muramatsu exclaimed, Come on, my dad's ramen isn't that bad. Itona responded casually, Let's agree to disagree on that. Personally, I love the steak Yada made. It's delicious, Karma shared. Nagisa teased him. Karma's weakness number one. Steak. The others chuckled. Okuda shifted the conversation, asking, anything interesting happen at school? Other than that prank you guys pulled, school's been pretty normal. Got some cool hero training done. Nagisa reflected. That's amazing. How's the appearance changing going? Keanu praised. Your quirk works like magic. Sometimes I don't even recognize myself in the mirror. Nagisa said, while taking a bite of steak from his plate. Remember, if anyone else needs a change, you can come to me. Keanu offered. I might need that offer. After all, I was on a mission the other day, and a goon saw my face. Karasuma's gonna kill me. Nakamura sighed. Oh, come on, we didn't do that bad. Plus, we got the target, didn't we? Maehara defended. Nakamura conceded. I guess you're right. Okano empathized. It really sucks that we have to change our names and appearances. Well, what can we do about it? We have targets on our back, especially after all our successful missions. Isegai said, after drinking some soup. It's a small price to pay, considering the level of work we do. Nagisa exclaimed. I had a mission on Tuesday, super easy kill, but I think I scared his buddies off. Karma said, smugly. Terasaka teased Karma. Don't be stupid. You were the scared one, TCH. Karma rebutted with humor. Really? I do recall you telling me, OMG Karma, we are totally going to die. He then procced to mimic Terasaka's voice, along with weird hand movements. Terasaka countered, you liar. The class burst into laughter at the playful altercation. Well, I got recruited to my school's gymnastics team. Okano shared, while munching on cum carrots. Hayami congratulated her while eating some fruit. That's so cool. I wish my school had a club I could be in. Thanks, Hayami. We get to go to competitions soon. Okano expressed. Chiba commented, as long as it doesn't clash with your missions, that sounds great. Yeah, you wouldn't want to miss a mission, especially with the rise in crime rates. Yoshida added. Mimura sighed. Man, I wish I could go on more missions. Maehara comforted him. Cheer up, man. When was the last mission you had? Last month or something. Mimura admitted, sadly biting on some green beans. Isegai tried to uplift him. That's not too bad. Mimura agreed. You have a point. Hey Mimura, did you forget? You have a mission in a couple days, Ritsu exclaimed. Wait, really? Oh my gosh, you are totally right. Mimura said, cheering up immediately. Kiera humorously remarked, I hate to say this, but I wish we could go on missions with all of us. It's funny to see Terasaka scared. What the hell do you mean scared? I'm never scared. Terasaka retorted, putting down his fork to counter. What about that one time when Beach Sensei was about to kill us? Itona recalled. Karma chimed in. Or that time with Takaoka. Hey, I was sick during that. I totally wasn't feeling myself. Terasaka said, frowning. Speaking of Takaoka, when was the last time anyone's heard of him? Nakamura questioned. Hinano shared. Well, I heard he got out of the hospital. Keanu added. He must have been so angry when he woke up. Oh man, I would kill to see his face when Nagisa attacked him. Sugino joked. Chiba added. No way. You should have seen Nagisa's face while he attacked Takaoka. Keanu agreed. Yeah, it was really scary. I would have killed him if it wasn't for Terasaka. Nagisa admitted. Nakamura sighed. Ugh. It sucked being sick like that. At least your nose didn't bleed. Okajima said, sadly. Muramatsu chimed in. Oh well. The past is in the past now. All we can do is learn, right? Now we know not to trust any weird drinks. He took a swig at the drink Okano crafted for all of them. Hayami playfully teased. Look at you go, mini-core sensei. Hihiya. Muramatsu chuckled. By the way, these drinks are amazing, Okano. Muramatsu praised. Oh, no problem. Okano responded. Itona changed the topic. Oh, yeah, Nagisa? Yeah, what's up? He responded. You go to UA, right? Nagisa confirmed. Yup. Oh yeah, almost forgot. Okuda said, suddenly remembering. Me and Okuda are going to be attending your school. We got some recommendations from our homeroom teacher. Itona revealed while finishing up the rest of his lasagna. Okuda clarified. Unfortunately, it's only for a couple of days, and we'll be in a lower class, but we'll still see each other in the halls and during lunch. Kiera curious, asked. Oh yeah, a friend of mine goes there. He's in your class, right, Nagisa? Nagisa hesitated, but then remembered. Oh, that's right. You know Tokoyami. Kiera chuckled. Oh man, that food was so good. I think I might explode. Nakamura said, stuffed. Oh, that sucks. I guess I'll just eat your slice of cake then. Maehara said playfully. Actually I'm not that full. Chiba and Sujino laughed at the interaction. I can't help it, though. I'm so tired. Hinano said, exhausted. Hara praised the meal. The food was good. I have to say this might have been my favorite all month. Take Bayashi added, dude, you guys have to show me how you make flan like that. It was so awesome. Wow, that means a lot. Thanks, you guys. Yada said, feeling satisfied. After everyone finished eating, they gathered in the living area. Nakamura proposed. So, who's up for a game of Uno? Yoshida eagerly agreed. Hell yeah, I'm gonna win for sure. Sagaya boasted. Nah, I'm a Mr. at Uno. Hayami challenged. Bring it on. Meg playfully teased. You guys are all bark, no bite. Karma confidently declared. We'll see about that. Underscore. You're going down. Itona said, looking at Sagaya. How are you so competitive all the time? Where does this energy come from? Isagai said, defeated. Fine, it's on, guys. Pass me the deck, I'm distributing. A confident Karma said. 20 minutes later, raised voices are being heard and raucous laughter underlining it. A+4. Again, UBSDRD, Terasaka yelled at Itona, while Itona simply stuck his tongue out. Oh my god, I hate this game, Maehara said, after having to draw 16 cards due to stacking. How could you do this? I was on Uno. Hara sighed after getting a +2 from Kanzaki. Stop changing the color to blue Hayami. How could you do this to ME? Nakamura said this as she picked her cards from the deck furiously. But then, with a glint twinkling in her eyes, she smacks down her card. Aha, +2 sucker. And oh, Nagisa sobbed playfully. Then, out of nowhere, with a wicked smile, Kanzaki proclaimed, Uno, you son of a dash. After about 30 minutes of shenanigans, the kids finally ended the game, accepting Kanzaki as the winner. So much for the MSTR at Uno, huh? Nakamura teased. Oh, screw you. I was one card away, Sagaya said, playfully sobbing. Ritsu was having the time of her life, watching everyone's faces when they realized that Kanzaki won. After a little, they decided to sit down and watch a movie. Fuwa wanted to watch a mystery, while Hinano wanted to watch a romance. Kiera wanted to watch a horror movie. Okajima wanted to watch an 18+ movie, and Terasaka wanted to watch an action movie. They ended up watching a movie with all of those things, thanks to Ritsu and her miraculous knowledge. After the movie finished, they went to their rooms to sleep. Nagisa mentioned having to be back, but there were two problems. He really wanted to stay, and his friends were just really convincing. Nagisa woke up a little earlier than the others, used to the routine of getting up early for hero training. Deciding to make breakfast, he noticed that no one else had beaten him to it. Usually, Sato handled breakfast at UA, but honestly, he preferred Terasaka's pancakes. He got ready, put on some casual clothes, and headed downstairs. Arriving in the kitchen, Nagisa decided on waffles. Just as he was about to start, Sujino and Kanzaki joined him. Good morning, guys, he greeted them. Good morning, Nagisa. Sujino replied, still looking half asleep. Good morning, Nagisa. How was your sleep? Kanzaki asked. It was great. I miss sleeping in my own room, he admitted with a chuckle. Sujino nodded. For sure. The dorms at school are so boring. Can I help with breakfast? Kanzaki offered. Of course. I'll make some bacon, Sujino said, seeming more awake now. In no time, They'd whipped up enough food for everyone. Kanzaki went to the intercom and announced, "Hey guys, good morning. Nagisa, Sugino, and I made breakfast, so come down whenever you're ready." Within an hour, most of the kids were awake and had eaten. A few scattered around the house. Okuda headed to the library, Terasaka and a few others to the game room, and Meg and Yata went to the spa to relax. "So, what do you guys want to do today?" Keanu asked. "Oh my gosh, we should go on a shopping spree," Hinano exclaimed excitedly. Literal stars appeared in Keanu's eyes, and she was off running before Maehara stopped her. "Oh no, leave me out of this. And don't tell Nakamura. She'll get way too excited," he said nervously. "Well, it's too late for that," Itona remarked, pointing to Nakamura and Hinano, who were already at the intercom. Isegai sighed as Nakamura's voice blared over the intercom, expressing her excitement for a shopping spree. It was inevitable. Mentioning shopping was like lighting a fuse with her. Maehara's prediction had come true, and the group exchanged amused glances. "I guess we're going on a shopping spree, then," Nagisa said, rolling his eyes playfully. Isegai sighed again, but couldn't hide his smile. "All right, let's make a plan. We should set a budget so they don't spend all our money," he suggested. Soon enough, Keanu, Itona, Sugino, Kanzaki, Maehara, Nakamura, Hinano, Hayami, Chiba, and Nagisa found themselves navigating the bustling shopping district, staying close as a group. Nakamura immediately dragged Hinano into a cosmetic store, her eyes gleaming with excitement, while the rest of the group wandered around, joking and laughing as they explored. Keanu, always stylish, insisted they visit the trendiest clothing store. "I need a new outfit for the weekend. Something that screams cool," she declared. Itona, initially eyeing an electronics store, decided to join, hoping to find tech-inspired clothing for his missions. Maehara tagged along with a grin. They spent hours trying on clothes, looking at gadgets, and snacking for street vendors. Kanzaki and Nakamura seemed to know all the best places for food, much to everyone's delight. The boys took charge next, leading the way to a shoe store they claimed had the best stealthy-themed sneakers. "You guys know we don't need sneakers. We get them from the ministry," Hayami laughed, already halfway through the door. "Yeah, but they don't care," Chiba agreed, following the crowd. The boys exchanged resigned glances, but couldn't help laughing. Their day was far from over. As they continued shopping, Nagisa spotted a few of his UA classmates in the distance. He tensed, but then relaxed, realizing they didn't recognize him thanks to Keanu's quirk. Sugino, noticing his change in demeanor, leaned over and asked, "Hey Nagisa, you okay?" "Yeah, I just saw some classmates from UA and got worried they'd recognize me. But I'm good. I look like myself," he said with a grin. Sugino chuckled. "Perks of going to school in disguise, huh? Why were you worried anyway?" "It's just shopping," Sugino replied, walking a bit slower. "Oh, I just had some silly combat training at UA today, and I decided to skip it. Karasuma's training beats UA combat any day." Nagisa shrugged. "Wow, never thought you'd skip," Sugino remarked, amused. "Yeah, I needed a break from hero training. Plus, you guys are way more fun," Nagisa replied. After hours of shopping, they realized they hadn't actually bought much. The memories of running around and joking together were better than anything they could buy. Even the girls only ended up with a couple of things. One thing was certain, though, they hadn't held back on food. Most of them, tired from the outing, returned to the house to relax. Some headed to the pool, while Nagisa made his way back to his room to chill for a bit. Class 1A group chat, 8:55 a.m. "Ida, good morning everyone. Make sure you are up soon to begin training at 9:30. Momo, good morning. Please try not to be late today, as Aizawa-sensei has a tight schedule. Bakugo, you guys are such SCK-ups. Mina, it's called being the responsible ones, Bakugo. Kaminari, not like you would know anyway. Bakugo, what the F did you just say to me, dunce face? Kirishima, Baku bro, please calm down. Jairu, it is way too early for this. Su, I agree. Sato, I made pancakes. Come to the common area whenever you guys are ready. Todoroki, thank you. Kaminari, you the best. Jairu, Asterisk you the best. Kirishima, oof. Ida, guys stop with the texting and go eat and get ready for today. Mina, okay fine. Class 1A group chat, 9:15 a.m. Momo, hey guys. Meet us at the front training area. Ida, hurry up. You guys only have 15 minutes. Uraraka, hey, has anyone seen Deku-kun? Kirishima, now that you mention it. Uraraka, Deku-kun, if you're reading this, come soon to the training grounds. Mina, Uraraka, Fubakube, please come to the training grounds. Bakugo, I am coming. Don't rush me. Mineta, he is totally struggling to put on his hero suit. Bakugo, they'll blast you to hell, you dim ingrape. Shut the F up. Uraraka, he didn't deny it. Bakugo, I am denying it right now. The sun was out. Class 1-8 gathered in the huge training ground. All Might stood at the front, his big figure casting a shadow over the students. Beside him, Mr. Aizawa, with his ever-present stoic expression, surveyed the group. All right, kiddos. Today you're going to have a special combat training session with me and Aizawa. All Might announced, his voice resonating with authority. But there's a catch. No quirks allowed. The students exchanged puzzled glances, their excitement dying down. Mina raised her hand. But All Might, our quirks are what make us heroes. How can we train without them? All Might grinned. That's the challenge, young Ishido. Heroes need more than just quirks. They need skill, strategy, and strength. Today, we'll focus on the last one. Aizawa stepped forward. Your task is simple. One-on-one hand-to-hand combat with your classmates. No quirks, just raw, physical ability. Show me what you've got. The students reluctantly paired up, and the training ground soon became a battlefield. After the matches concluded, Aizawa gathered the students. Looking dissatisfied, he claimed, "You call that hand-to-hand combat? Horrible. You're all so dependent on your quirks that you forget the basics. Your technique is very poor." Momo protested. "But sensei, isn't that the point of having quirks?" Aizawa shot her a glare. A hero should be well-rounded. Now, since you're so terrible without quirks, we'll do some conditioning. The students groaned as Aizawa led them through a grueling workout, pushing their physical limits. As sweat dripped down their faces, Todoroki asked, "Hey, where's Midoriya?" Aizawa hesitated for a moment, his eyes narrowing. He's dealing with a separate matter. Now focus. The students continued their workout, sparring against training dummies. The students continued the punishing workout, muscles aching and fatigue setting in. Aizawa, satisfied, finally released them, and they collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. As they caught their breath, Ida managed to ask, "Sensei, why was Midoriya absent? What's going on? Yeah, is he okay? He would never miss practice." Uraraka asked, concerned. Aizawa's eyes darted around, a tired expression forming on his face. Class dismissed. Ask too many questions, and you might just get extra homework. Ask him yourself tomorrow. The students exchanged somber glances, too tired to press further. They stumbled away from the training ground, their bodies drained from the intense. To Aizawa, Midoriya was like his child, his problem child, and he was very protective of him. He had always known that Midoriya always gets in some sort of situation, but somehow it's different this time. It started when he had overheard the kids talking about him bad-mouthing a teacher, and that was weird on its own. Midoriya, cursing? No, never. He had brushed it off as teenage rumors, but when he found out that he had no record from his third year in middle school, Aizawa knew something was wrong. Here's what he knew. 1. Midoriya has been acting very weird lately. 2. He has no records of his third year in middle school. 3. In fact, nobody knows where he went for his third year. 4. Every time someone brings up his past, he conveniently gets a distraction. What the hell? None of this makes any sense. Aizawa mumbled. I remember hearing Jiru saying he's always on his phone. Maybe there's something there, right? I can check it. Only to be safe, of course, right? Then it hit him. He hadn't seen Midoriya since Friday. What the hell? Where's Problem Child? How'd I not notice this? SHD. I should have known something was up after not seeing him at the dorms and the kids constantly asking about him at training. How the hell was I so ignorant? His mind immediately went to the worst possible situation. But being a pro hero, he was able to collect himself. I should go ask the kids before I jump to conclusions. Maybe they know something. Aizawa made his way to the 1A dorm area. The kids were hanging out, being lazy. A couple of them were playing a board game, while a couple were watching something on the TV. When Aizawa entered, the room went silent. The class knew that he was not in a good mood, so they wanted to hear what he had to say. He sighed before saying, "Do any of you know where Midoriya is?" The class went silent for a second, most of them surprised. How does Aizawa-sensei not know where Midoriya is? Could he actually be in trouble? A couple of them spoke up. "I'm sorry, Mr. Aizawa. I don't know where he is. He left on Friday and hasn't been back since. What happened to the stupid nerd? Did he get in trouble again?" "Actually, Mr. Aizawa, we think something might have happened to him," Hagakure said solemnly. "What? I'm listening, go on." Now, Tokoyami kept quiet, even though he didn't know why. For some reason, Midoriya gave him a weird feeling recently. Even Dark Shadow felt it. He knew that Midoriya was hanging out with his friend from last year, but something was off. From his weird behavior to Kiera telling him things less and less. He had been friends with her for a while, but since her 3rd year in middle school, she had become super secretive. Maybe something happened during that time? He knew Kiera and Midoriya went to the same school that 1 year, so maybe they were connected somehow. Snapping back out of his thoughts, he listened to the conversation happening. "I'm sure you've been noticing his bad behavior, right?" Hagakure said. "He's been so distant recently, and we are worried about him." Mina added, "We noticed that he leaves after school is over every Friday, but this week, we asked him where he was going." Kirishima said, "Yes, sensei. When we asked him about where he was leaving to, he brushed it off and even went on his phone in the middle of his conversation." Ida said bluntly. "I see," Aizawa said, lost in thought. "Okay then, if he is not here by tomorrow, we will take action," Aizawa said. He walked out of the dorms and said goodbye. When the doors finally closed, Uraraka stood up. "I can't do this anymore. I'm getting really worried about him." A blanket of despair floated around the room. The kids were very close, and they cared about everyone dearly. "We don't have a choice. We can't do anything. All we have to do is hope he comes back tomorrow, and question him then," Todoroki said. Bakugo noticed Tokoyami acting strange. So, as he would normally do, he confronted him. "What's wrong with you, emo freak? Why you look so uneasy? If you're hiding something, I'll kill you." Tokoyami just sighed. "I really don't know anything except that he's supposed to be hanging out with his 3rd year middle school friends," he said, still trying to figure out what was going on. "Wait a minute, what? I thought he didn't have any records." Momo muttered. "What the F are you saying? What do you know?" Bakugo barked. "Wow, Baku bro, I didn't know you cared this much," Kirishima teased. "Shut the F up, shitty hair," he replied. "Oh my god, can you? Guys, stop this, you have been like this all day," Mina complained. "Yeah, we're all tired of hearing you yell, Bakugo," Todoroki said, annoyed. Kaminari covered Bakugo's mouth to stop him from yelling even more, and the kids returned their attention to Tokoyami. "Well, I know one of his friends from his 3rd year. Why wouldn't you say anything then? You just let US think he was doing something bad. Why wouldn't you say something?" A bunch of the kids exclaimed. I didn't think it was important," Tokoyami said, ashamed. "Well, at least we know he wasn't involved in anything bad. Where did he go?" Todoroki asked. "That's the thing. I met his friend in summer camp, and she never got to tell me where she went," Tokoyami said. "Oh, that's unfortunate. But we could still ask him," Kaminari said. "Yeah, if he doesn't get distracted," that is, Tsuyu added. After a bit more discussion, the kids got bored and resumed their activities. They were excited to see what would happen tomorrow. The dorm room buzzed with the lively chatter of Class 1A, and the topic shifted away from Midoriya as they delved into lighter discussions. Mina, flipping her pink hair, decided to break the tension with a playful suggestion. "All right, enough of this serious stuff. Who's up for game night? I've got Uno and Monopoly." Kaminari's eyes lit up with excitement. "Game night sounds awesome, but can we play something where I won't get electrocuted every time I lose? My quirk doesn't take breaks, you know." Ojiro, recalling the last game they played a week ago, laughed at the interaction. Ida, ever the responsible one, chimed in, I believe a structured game like chess would be more appropriate. It enhances strategic thinking and maintains a respectable level of decorum. Bakugo scoffed, chess? That's boring as hell. I say we go all out with Mario Kart. No holding back, just pure chaos. Uraraka laughed. Mario Kart it is. But let's settle it once and for all. Who's the real king or queen of Rainbow Road? As they prepared for an intense Mario Kart tournament, Tokoyami pondered, do you think our quirks would give us an advantage in a real-life Mario Kart race? Momo, always analytical, responded, well, some quirks might have unique applications. Imagine Todoroki creating an ice track or Zero using tape to navigate tricky turns. Kirishima grinned, and Bakugo would just blast everyone off the track with explosions. Talk about a fiery race. The dorm room filled with laughter as they set up the game console, putting aside hero training for a moment to enjoy a night of friendly competition and camaraderie. As a Mario Kart tournament heated up, Momo suggested, how about we make it interesting? The loser of each race has to do a random dare chosen by the winner. Denki grinned mischievously. I'm in. Let the dares begin. The first race was chaotic with banana peels, shells, and the occasional quirk-powered boost. In the end, Mineta found himself at the bottom of the rankings. Zero, the victorious racer, thought for a moment before grinning. I dare you to wear a grape costume for the rest of the night. Mineta sighed, but accepted his fate. Fine, but only for tonight. The room erupted in laughter as Mineta donned the oversized grape costume, racing with a fruity flair. After the kids were done with their lollygagging, they decided to sit down and eat. Jairu, taking a bite of her stir-fry, suggested, this is really good, Zero. You should share the recipe. Zero grinned. Thanks, Jairu. It's a family recipe. I can give you the details later. As they enjoyed the food, the conversation turned to lighter topics. Bakugo, in between bites, rolled his eyes. Why are we even discussing recipes? We're heroes, not chefs. Kirishima chuckled. Hey, a hero's got to eat well to stay in top shape. Plus, it's nice to know your way around the kitchen. Mina, sipping on her drink, added, speaking of staying in shape, anyone up for some training after dinner? I need a good sparring partner. Zero grinned. I'm always up for a friendly match. Let's do it. Amidst the small talk, Denki glanced at the clock. Hey, has anyone decided what movie to watch tonight? Tokoyami raised an eyebrow. Movie night again? Just pick one quickly this time. Uraraka nodded. We were just discussing that. Silly. Anybody have recommendations? Ida sighed, fine. We'll watch the new All Might movie now. Eat, decide quickly, and don't stay up too late. We have training tomorrow. The class resumed their dinner, sharing laughs and stories as they finished their meals. Once the plates were cleared, they settled on heroic harmony without much debate, enjoying a relaxed evening of camaraderie and movie watching. As the credits rolled, Momo stood up. That's enough. Bedtime. We should get some rest for tomorrow's training. It was late at night when Nagisa finally arrived at the UA dorms, grateful to have escaped Keanu and Hinano's attempts to give him a makeover. As he walked, he whispered into his phone, trying not to wake the others in the dorm. Hey guys, I just got to my dorm. We're here too, Sugino replied, Kanzaki nodding beside him. Man, I'm so tired. Maihara groaned, his face twisting in exhaustion. Yeah, we told you not to stay in the pool for so long, Okano sighed. I wasn't about to turn down a water fight with Okajima, he countered, clearly unrepentant. I'm still going to get back at you for spraying me, Hayami added, mock angry. Oh yeah, go get him. Meg, egg on. You guys should have joined me and Sugino in the spa. It was so relaxing, Nagisa said, happily stretching his sore shoulders. Keanu chimed in, sounding chipper. Let's just be happy we haven't had any missions recently. As Nagisa stepped inside the dorms, he brushed against the kitchen counter, accidentally spilling water on his shirt. DM in it. Now I have to get a change. He reached into his bag, fishing around for an extra shirt. Instead, he pulled out a dress. Nakamura, why is there a dress in my bag? He hissed, trying to keep his voice down so as not to wake anyone. The call fell silent, followed by a few muffled snickers. "Oh, what? Why are you asking me?" Nakamura replied, feigning innocence. Nagisa's unimpressed expression said it all as he glared into the phone camera. "It could have been karma, you know." "Oh no, don't blame me for this one," Karma smirked. Ritsu's voice cut in, cheerful as ever. "It was Rio and Karma, by the way." Nagisa sighed. "Thanks, Ritsu. I knew I could count on you." "Ritsu, since when are you a snitch?" Fuwa protested. "I just want to see Nagisa's reaction." "Oh, and I took a picture, by the way." Ritsu giggled. Nagisa's expression turned cold. "Ritsu, I will literally kill you," smiley face. "Calm down, Nagisa." Justice said, eyes wide. "Oh, come on," Chiba said, unimpressed. "Let's not underestimate his lessons from one of the most infamous assassins ever." Terasaka scoffed. "Whatever. When's the last time you even went on a mission, anyway?" Nagisa rolled his eyes. "About 2 weeks ago. I've been focusing on hero training. Not that I'd ever harm you guys." He was nearly at his room, the exhaustion seeping in. But before he could sign off, he added, "Nakamura-san, I haven't forgotten about you." He could almost see her tense up on the screen, flashing a sheepish smile. It was Karma's idea. They all looked at Karma, who just grinned back, hands raised in mock innocence. "Oh," Sagaya sighed, sweat dropping. "That confirms it," Okuda said. "I have our IDs ready for transfer tomorrow." Itona deadpanned, glancing at Okuda. "Guys, we should really get to bed now," Isegai urged. "Yeah, hurry before I make you all pass out with Okuda's smoke pellets," Yoshida added. "Hey, can you do that to me? I want to know what it feels like," Karara said, eyes sparkling. "Can you not do that?" Maehara muttered, looking exasperated. Nagisa placed his coat and shoes down, glancing back at the phone one last time. "Good night, everyone. And Yoshida, please don't kill our friends. Now I just have to explain to my current classmates where I've been." He sighed. "How fun," Keanu said with a smirk. Karma added, "I could kill them if you want." "Please don't kill my class of future heroes," Nagisa groaned. The word kill carried a strange comfort now, something that used to be alarming but felt almost casual when used among them. Nagisa realized that's what made Class 3E so special. They were safe with each other. It didn't matter that others might find their jokes morbid. "I'm just rambling now," he thought, shaking his head. "I should really get to bed." But just then, he felt something, a presence behind him, and then a voice. "Who the hell are you?" Nagisa froze, a sinking feeling in his stomach. "Well, I'm screwed." Of course, he forgot to change back after using Keanu's quirk. Now he was really in a bind. "All right, breathe," he thought, struggling to calm down. He took stock of what he had on, contacts and Midoriya's shoes. This was a moment to put his quick thinking to use. What if I just killed them? No. He had been hanging out with Karma way too much. He shook the thought away and focused on Beach Sensei's acting lessons. Thankfully, his mental panic didn't last long, as the figures in front of him hadn't moved yet. "Answer my question, or I'll report you to the pros," one of them demanded. The hall was dark, but Nagisa could make out 2 figures. With the yellow hair and glowing eyes, he quickly identified them as Tokoyami and Kaminari. He couldn't afford for them to recognize him. He forced himself to speak. "You, is this the 1A dorms? I think I'm lost. Does Izuka Midoriya live here?" "Hopefully that'll work," he thought. He was wrong. "What?" "Yes, these are the 1A dorms." "Who are you?" Kaminari asked, clearly suspicious. Nagisa noticed faint sparks of electricity along his body, casting an eerie light. "I'm Midoriya's brother. I came to get the computer he left in his room," Nagisa stammered, trying to keep his nerves in check. He felt panic creeping back as Tokoyami's intense gaze fell on him. The dim light from Kaminari's electricity only heightened their suspicions. "Oh, you're Midoriya's brother?" Kaminari's tone softened slightly, but the sparks didn't let up. "Why, yeah," Nagisa replied, playing up the nervous act. "I don't visit often, and I got here late. I thought I'd surprise him. He left his computer, and I thought I'd bring it back for him." Kaminari's eyes narrowed. Midoriya never mentioned having a brother. Nagisa's mind raced. "We're not that close. He's always so focused on hero stuff, you know?" but I thought this would be a nice gesture. Tokoyami's eyes remained fixed on him, and Nagisa could sense their growing wariness. He knew his luck was running out. Beach Sensei would kill him if she found out he'd failed to play a role convincingly. But then, he noticed that Tokoyami and Kaminari both looked exhausted. Whatever they'd been through, they didn't seem prepared for a fight. This might just work in his favor. He remembered the smoke bomb Okuda and Smog had helped him create. Perfect, he thought, a plan forming. "Oh, I just remembered something," he said, putting on a smile. "And what might that be?" Tokoyami replied, still cautious. "I have a photo of me and him together," he said, reaching for his bag. "Let me just get it out." Kaminari and Tokoyami glanced at each other, seemingly appeased. They nodded, allowing him to reach into his bag. Nagisa's hand found the smoke bomb, and with a slight grin, he activated it. Pop! The gas canister hissed softly as Nagisa released a controlled burst of the gas mixture into the hallway. Kaminari and Tokoyami's eyes drooped, and they slumped into an unexpected nap right then and there. His pulse quickened as he realized he had to act fast to cover his tracks. All right, he thought, remove any incriminating evidence, move the bodies, and get changed back. What am I doing with my life? He adjusted their positions, making it look like they'd fallen asleep watching a movie. After wiping down the canister and stashing it back in his bag, he bolted back to his room. Once inside, Nagisa's heart pounded as he thought about what he'd just done. He quickly texted Keanu. "Nagisa. Hey, Keanu. Keanu. Hey, Nagisa. What's up? Keanu. Wait, I never changed you back. Nagisa, yeah. I kind of forgot to ask. Keanu, no, it's okay. I should have reminded you, haha. Nagisa. Yeah, I'm kind of in a situation. Keanu, okay. Can you sneak out? I'll meet you outside in 20. Nagisa, yep. Thanks so much." Without further confirmation, he made his way outside to a camera blind spot, where Keanu materialized from the shadows. "Keanu to the rescue," she whispered with a mischievous grin. "Yeah, and make it quick," he replied, still on edge. The transformation was swift, and within moments, he looked like good old Izuka Midoriya again. "Stay out of trouble, Nagisa," she teased before disappearing back into the shadows. He nodded, grateful, and slipped back to his room just as the cameras resumed. The whole thing had been a close call, and as he settled in, he couldn't help but shiver at how narrowly he'd escaped. He started getting ready for bed, try to push the past hour from his mind. I really hope Kami and Tokoyami forget about tonight, he thought. They'd seemed exhausted, so maybe they wouldn't remember. After brushing his teeth and hiding the dress Karma and Rio had packed for him in the closet, he went over the night in his mind, realizing there was still camera footage of his little squabble. "Hey, Ritsu," he whispered, hoping she was awake. "What's up, Nagisa?" she replied, her voice drowsy but clear. Thank the stars, he thought. You know that camera footage of the past hour? Nagisa, it's literally 2 a.m. What did you do? Nothing big, just had to make some classmates unconscious, that's all. This is stressful. You guys stress me out, she muttered. Sorry. Nah, it's okay. I was bored watching TV anyway. A few minutes later, Ritsu gave him a thumbs up and told him to get to bed. As he lay down, he found himself missing his bed back home, but sleep quickly overtook him. Tomorrow, he thought as he drifted off, I'll have plenty of lying and excuse-making to do. And Itona and Okuda are coming. He fell asleep like any completely normal person who was not an assassin, unaware that someone might have heard him sneaking back in. Nagisa loved his class from UA. He really did. They all cared for each other in a way, like heroes, but he always felt a difference between himself and them. Like things he wouldn't tell them, like how he got a quirk, or whatever happened last year. With his other class, his family, he could tell them anything, which is why he told them about his new quirk, and they accepted him. It was a really good thing that the government was able to cover up Kora Sensei's existence by saying he was a villain with a weird quirk. He chuckled darkly. What kind of people are these heroes? When we try to reach out to them, they wanted nothing to do with us. How pathetic, they only want the fame. Really, he only became a hero to make a difference in the industry. To make sure there would never be another Kora Sensei, Keanu, or Itona ever again. to make sure heroes would never turn a blind eye to anyone ever again. And sure, being a hero could work, but why put his assassination skills to waste? The entire class enjoys going on missions for a greater cause. The only problem would be the rare occurrence of pro-heroes recognizing him, or his class. He guessed that it was a relief that Keanu changed all their appearances. Thanks to Ritsu, they could even get whole new government records. He really hated lying to his classmates, but there wasn't really anything they could do. After all, they were all government secrets. He had just wondered what went wrong that his class finds him suspicious now. Maybe it was you acting like that with Beach Sensei. Stupid. Oh yeah, that was probably it. You could say that the students of UA High School's Class 1A was like a family. And in a family, people don't keep secrets. Which is why everybody in Class 1A were worried for their Midoriya. After everything they had been through together, they always stood by each other's side. So what could Midoriya possibly be hiding? He had been acting suspicious lately, and most of 1A thought maybe it was Toga pretending to be Midoriya. The mere thought of that made them nervous and uneasy. However, a few of them wished that that was the case, because they could not imagine Midoriya hiding something from them. They told each other everything, or so they thought. Every time one of them had a problem, 1A was there for them, especially Midoriya. He hadn't been seen all weekend, and he didn't even show up for the training camp. That was really suspicious behavior, knowing that Midoriya is literally the most dedicated hero in training ever. Midoriya woke up at 7:45 that morning, a little later than usual. He had slept well after enjoying the dinner Hara cooked for them the previous night, but he also stayed up late trying to come up with excuses for being missing for 2 whole days. Oh well, at least Itona and Okuda are coming tomorrow. He got dressed and prepared for school, but first, he needed to head to the common area for breakfast. As he walked out of his room, he mentally steeled himself for the day ahead. Thankfully, nobody was in the hallway, but he could hear lots of voices coming from the common area. He caught snippets of Kaminari talking about a weird dream where Midoriya was at the dorms late at night, followed by Jiru scolding him for falling asleep on the couch like a loser. This is perfect. They don't remember much and think it was a dream, Midoriya thought as he walked into the common area, only for all chatter to abruptly cease. He could feel the weight of everyone's gaze on him, and it was more than awkward. Midoriya, where the heck have you been? Are you okay? Uraraka's voice sliced through the silence, concern etched across her face. The rest of Class 1A echoed similar sentiments. Yeah, man, we were worried. You disappeared without a trace, Kirishima added, his eyebrows furrowed. We thought you were kidnapped or something. Shiro exclaimed, worry evident on his face. Midoriya scratched the back of his head nervously, trying to come up with an explanation that wouldn't raise too many eyebrows. Sorry about that, guys. I just had some personal stuff to take care of. Personal stuff? But you told us you were hanging out with friends. Mina accused. Personal stuff? Dude, you can't just vanish like that. What if something happened to you? Kaminari interjected, eyes wide with worry. Ida chimed in, his voice full of concern. Seriously, Midoriya, it's not very hero-like to disappear like that. Midoriya sighed, feeling the pressure of their collective gaze. I know. I didn't mean to worry you all. It's just family stuff. Family stuff? Sue raised an eyebrow. You can't just drop that bomb and expect us to be okay with it. What happened? He hesitated, scrambling for a believable excuse. Well, I went to visit my dad. He needed me for something. The room fell silent, skepticism evident in their eyes. Before anyone could question further, Bakugo exploded, his temper flaring. You liar, you don't have a dad. Oh, SHD. Oops. Midoriya noticed Momo putting her hands over her mouth, gasping at Bakugo's outburst. He winced, realizing his mistake. I'm at my mom. She's actually in the hospital, not feeling well, he said, trying his best to sound sad. Silence hung in the air for a moment. Todoroki finally spoke up, his voice calm but probing. Your mom? Is everything okay? Midoriya nodded quickly. Yeah, she's just dealing with some health issues. Nothing too serious, but I wanted to be there for her. The tension in the room eased slightly as the others exchanged glances. He felt a mix of relief and guilt for the half-truth, but he had to maintain the facade. As his classmates seemed to accept the explanation, he couldn't help but catch Bakugo's stern gaze, a silent warning not to play games with them. Holy SHD, that actually worked. Next time, just let someone know where you're going, okay? Uraraka said, her concern shifting into a more caring tone. Yeah, we're like a family here. We look out for each other, Kirishima added with a reassuring smile. Midoriya tried to blend in with the returning buzz of conversation, but he could still sense the lingering skepticism in the room. Todoroki shot him a sideways glance, while Uraraka's eyes held a glimmer of doubt. Bakugo, however, was having none of it. His palms sparked with explosive energy as he took a step toward him. Hospital, huh? You're full of CRP, Deku. What are you hiding? Midoriya's heart raced, and he stammered. I swear, Kakin, it's the truth. My mom's not feeling well, and I needed to be with her. Bakugo's narrowed eyes bore into his, fists clenched. You think you can lie to us and get away with it? Before the situation escalated, Jairu, sitting on the couch with her earphone jacks trailing from her earlobes, spoke up. Actually, guys, I heard him coming last night. It was like 2 in the morning. What were you doing out so late, Midoriya? Kaminari gasped. Oh my gosh. Maybe my dream was true after all, he said, eyes wide with excitement. Don't be an idiot, Kaminari. Yerba thought it would be good to get a midnight snack, and we ended up falling asleep on the couch at like 1 or something. That dream was not real, Tokoyami stated bluntly. Anyways, back to what I was saying, Midoriya, are you sure? Jairu asked, trying to ignore the boy's antics. Midoriya mentally rejoiced, relieved that Kaminari and Tokoyami were too tired the previous night to remember what happened. The room fell silent once again, and he swallowed nervously. I had to stay at the hospital with my mom. They needed someone to be with her, and I lost track of time. Kuda's eyes narrowed. Well, hospitals these days don't really last that long. Are you sure you're okay? The weight of their collective gaze intensified, and he felt the need to elaborate, even if it meant stretching the truth. Okay, fine. The hospital thing was just part of it. I was dealing with some other personal stuff too, and I didn't want to burden you all with the details. Mina crossed her arms, still unconvinced. Personal stuff? Like what? What the hell? This is getting annoying and repetitive now. He hesitated, glancing around the room at their expectant faces. I can't really talk about it. It's complicated. Bakugo scoffed, anger still simmering. Family issues? You're dodging the question, idiot. Midoriya took a deep breath, trying to keep his composure. Look, I know it sounds sketchy, but I promise I'm not hiding anything dangerous. I just needed some time to sort things out, and I didn't want to drag you all into it. Uraraka softened her expression, though doubt still lingered. Midoriya, we are friends. If something's bothering you, we want to help. Yeah, dude, we got your back, Kirishima chimed in, echoing Uraraka's sentiment. Midoriya appreciated their concern, but couldn't risk revealing too much. I appreciate that, really, but I just need a little space right now. I'll let you all know if there's anything you can do to help. As the tension lingered in the room, Siro cleared his throat and approached him cautiously. Hey, Midoriya, mind if I ask you something personal? Random, I know, but it's just for fun. A couple of kids in the room exchanged glances, and he knew they were trying to ask him a question that only he would know. He raised an eyebrow, but nodded, understanding their need for reassurance. Sure, go ahead. Siro scratched the back of his head, looking slightly awkward. Okay, do you remember what happened that one time when we tried to hide Mr. Aizawa's sleeping bag? A couple of kids laughed, recalling the event. Midoriya blinked in surprise at the unexpected question, then smiled. Oh, that's easy. We hid it in the common room. And when he found out, he made us run 30 laps around the school. The laughter from his classmates slowly shifted to grimaces, remembering how brutal those laps were, especially since he had even erased their quirks. Siro grinned sheepishly, satisfied with my response. All right, it's really you then. No villain would know about that. The atmosphere lightened a bit, and the others seemed to relax, accepting his presence more readily. However, the lingering doubt persisted. Soon after, Kirishima piped up with a puzzled expression. Hey, Midoriya, did you know that English teacher we had on Friday? The one who threw a knife at you? He nodded, recalling the unexpected prank. Yeah, I kind of knew her. She's been around for a while, but I wasn't expecting her to, throw a knife at me. Uraraka raised an eyebrow. Wait, you knew her, and she still threw a knife at you? What kind of relationship is that? He chuckled nervously, trying to downplay the oddity of the situation. It's complicated. She's an interesting character. Todoroki, usually composed, showed a hint of curiosity. How did you manage to catch the knife, though? That was pretty quick. Midoriya hesitated, not wanting to reveal the true extent of my abilities. Instinct, I guess. I've been through a lot, and you learn to react quickly. Tokoyami and Kaminari exchanged skeptical glances. Instinct? Come on, Midoriya, that's a bit too vague, Kaminari said, crossing his arms. Yeah, and you always act so weird. You're telling me you're just naturally quick. Tokoyami added, his bird-like shadow, dark shadow, seeming equally skeptical. I scratched the back of my head, feeling the weight of their disbelief. Well, I've had some unique experiences that sharpen my reflexes. It's hard to explain. I glanced at Kakin, trying to make it sound more real by referring to his bullying. Tokoyami's eyes narrowed, and dark shadow ruffled its feathers. Your answers are as elusive as a shadow itself. I find it hard to believe. Momo nodded in agreement. I don't know, Midoriya. Instinct can't explain everything. After all those villain attacks, you have to stay on your toes, right? Ever since the USJ, I've been making my training more intense. That seemed to work. A bunch of their faces lightened. Oh, come on. I told you guys I'm fine, and my mom should be okay, I said, grinning. This definitely went better than I had expected. As the air gradually lightened, the atmosphere in the room shifted from suspicion to a more casual chatter. He found himself surrounded by his classmates, who were eager to share stories about the special combat training he had missed. Man, you wouldn't believe how tough it was. All Might himself was there, giving us pointers, Kirishima exclaimed, flexing his muscles with pride. Uraraka chimed in, and Mr. Aizawa, he pushed us to our limits with his conditioning drills. I thought my legs were going to give out. He tried my best to sound excited, but honestly, nothing was worse than Karasuma's training. That sounds so cool. Wah, sounds like I missed quite an event. Yeah, and you missed midnight too. Mineta added with a mischievous grin. She was supervising, and you know how she is. The room erupted in laughter, and even Bakugo cracked a small smile. As the conversation flowed, the tension continued to go away. I could tell somebody was about to ask me about my middle school records. A voice saying, "Hey, Midoriya, about your middle dash." A savior arrived in the form of Sato. "Hey guys, breakfast is ready. Let's eat before it gets cold." The mention of food redirected everyone's attention, and they quickly made their way to the dining area. He followed them, relieved for the diversion. During breakfast, the conversation shifted to lighter topics. Tokoyami shared his latest fascination with dark poetry, and Kaminari enthusiastically talked about his new video game achievements. I listened, contributing to the discussion where I could, as the suspicion seemed to fade into the background. Todoroki, however, remained observant. As the breakfast chatter reached the end, he leaned toward me with a subtle yet pointed question. "Hey, Midoriya, about your middle school records, you never got a chance to answer that. You have got to be kidding me." He looked up, meeting Todoroki's gaze, and for a moment, a couple students fell silent. The weight of their curiosity pressed on me, and he took a deep breath. Before I could respond, Momo broke the silence with a gentle laugh. "Hey, Midoriya, you're not eating enough. You need more protein to fuel those hero muscles of yours." The diversion was swift and well-timed, drawing the attention away from Todoroki's question. I couldn't help but appreciate the distraction. I should probably prepare for that question, though. I don't think they would leave it alone. Maybe I'll ask Ritsu to forge them for me and the rest of the class. As we continued with our meal, the conversation went through various topics, from hero rankings to favorite training exercises. The laughter and joy filled the air, masking the mystery of my recent absence. However, as the conversation over breakfast went on, I couldn't get rid of the impression that Todoroki's sharp observation had broken through the well-built mask and left a trail of unanswered questions behind. Oh well, I guess they are heroes after all. They have the right to be curious. Though, maybe we should invite Beach Sensei to teach here. Just to spice things up, after breakfast, the students made their way to homeroom, the air of suspicion having somewhat cleared. As they walked in, Midoriya couldn't help but notice Mr. Aizawa's stern gaze fixed on him. His usual disinterested expression was notably absent. He sighed inwardly. Here we go again. He took his seat, avoiding eye contact with Aizawa, as the rest of the class settled in. Conversations flowed seamlessly among his classmates, none of them noticing the tension brewing. Aizawa finally broke the silence with his usual dry tone. Midoriya, where have you been for the past few days? You disappeared without any explanation. Midoriya swallowed nervously, aware of all eyes on him. Sorry, Aizawa-sensei. I had some personal matters to attend to, and I didn't want to distract the class. Aizawa raised an eyebrow, but instead of pressing further, he simply nodded and turned back to the attendance sheet. Yet, it was clear from his gaze that he would be keeping a close watch on Midoriya. Why does my life have to be this hard, he thought. By the time homeroom ended, Aizawa approached Midoriya with a stern expression. Midoriya, we need to talk. Meet me in my office after school. Oh, great. He nodded, accepting the situation as an inevitable ritual. The rest of the day passed quickly, and Aizawa's impending interrogation was pushed to the back of Midoriya's mind as he immersed himself in the hero classes. Once his last class ended, he made his way to Aizawa's office as instructed. The room's dull decor reflected Aizawa's understated personality. Aizawa sat at his desk, his eyes narrowing as Midoriya entered. Sit down, Midoriya, he said, gesturing to the chair in front of his desk. Leaning back his chair, Aizawa's gaze was sharp and unyielding. Let's cut to the chase, Midoriya. Where were you really during the time you disappeared? And don't try to feed me vague answers. Midoriya took a deep breath, trying to stay composed. I understand your concern, Aizawa-sensei. It was personal matters, family-related. I had to visit my mom in the hospital. Aizawa's eyes remained unwavering, and he paused before continuing. Why didn't you inform anyone? You're part of a team now, and your actions affect the entire class. I know, and I'm sorry for not communicating. It was a sudden decision, and I didn't want to burden anyone, Midoriya explained, hoping to convey sincerity. Aizawa sighed, unconvinced. Heroes don't have the luxury of disappearing whenever they want. We rely on each other. If you're going to be part of this class, you need to understand that. Midoriya nodded, absorbing the message. He's really going to just let me go like that? Aizawa continued, lecturing him on the expectations placed on heroes and the importance of trust within a team. When the conversation finally wound down, Aizawa's expression softened slightly. I'll be keeping a close eye on you, problem child. Don't make me regret it. Leaving the office, Midoriya walked over to the janitor's closet. A/N. Is there even a janitor's closet in UA? Ensuring the bathroom was empty, he closed the stall door and whispered to Ritsu, Hey, can you show me what's on my record for my mom? I want to know what they see. Ritsu's holographic form appeared on the screen, a cheerful smile on her face. Sure. Sorry if I look tired. I was helping Hayami try to adopt a cat. What? Okay, never mind. You're fine. Anyways, with a few swift commands, Ritsu accessed the files and began reading. Your mother is listed as Hiromi Shiota. You are emancipated from her. The mention of his mother's name made him grimace. Glad I'm emancipated from her, he thought, but he still needed to back up his lie. Okay, that's all? He asked, masking his unease. Yeah, Ritsu replied, her digital demeanor upbeat. He took a deep breath, the weight of his request settling on him. Okay, this is going to sound really weird, but can you forge a hospital record stay? Nagisa, oh my god, Ritsu responded, half judging, half surprised. He sighed, realizing how absurd his request was but feeling it necessary. Okay, what else was I supposed to say? My class was interrogating me. Okay, done. Ritsu grinned, her efficiency almost comical given the situation. He rolled his eyes. Ritsu, you just love to complain, don't you? Yep, she chirped with a mischievous grin. After pocketing his phone, he left the bathroom and walked past Principal Nizu's office, where Nizu was working on new student IDs. Now, he felt prepared to back up his story if it came up again. Nagisa. Hey guys. Okuda. Oh hey there. What's up? Itona. Hello. Nagisa. Are you guys ready for TMR? Itona. I am, but I also don't want to deal with your classmates. Okuda. This should be fine. Are we okay to stay in your dorms, Nagisa? Nagisa. Yeah. As long as we ask, you guys should be able to stay. Itona. We have to remember our fake names, like in normal school. Itona. Ritsu, can you remind us? Ritsu, yep. Nagisa is Izuku Midoriya. Okuda is Akari Kurosawa, and Itona is Hakuri Tanaka. Nagisa, perfect. Where did you guys get the names, though? Okuda, I think Fuwa and Yada helped us pick them out. Itona, yeah, something like that. Nagisa, okay, I have to go. Bye, guys. See you tomorrow. Okuda, bye. Itona, goodbye. He put down his phone and went to bed. That was one hell of a day. Itona and Okuda found themselves awake at an ungodly hour, trying to set up everything for their transfer. Unlike the idiot Nagisa, they had remembered to change their appearances and get their names memorized. The morning air was fresh as they made their way to the imposing gates of the prestigious high school. As they stood before the towering entrance, the sheer magnitude of UA struck them. Okuda couldn't help but feel a thrill, her eyes widening at the sight. So this is the famous UA high school. Itona, his expression more contemplative, remarked, Yep, it's going to be interesting here. Indeed, just imagine the kind of experiences we'll have. Okuda replied, her enthusiasm infectious. Itona, however, couldn't help but voice a note of caution. Yeah, let's try not to stir up too much trouble. We're here to blend in, not stand out. A wry smile crossed Okuda's face. Well, hopefully Yoshida and Takebayashi won't miss us too much. They approached the gate, scanning the ID cards they had found in the house mailbox. With a faint beep, the gates swung open, revealing the expansive campus beyond. Itona couldn't help but comment on the security measures. Wow, there's so much security. Though, it doesn't seem very foolproof. Me or Ritsu could probably break in. True, Okuda agreed, her eyes scanning the surroundings. I heard they revamped the security system after a villain incident and a press scandal. Still, it seems to have its flaws. Walking through the gates, they were met by the school's principal, Nizu. The peculiar figure, resembling a hybrid of a rat, bear, or mouse, greeted them with a warm welcome. Welcome new students. I'm Principal Nizu. I trust you'll find your time at UA both challenging and rewarding. Itona and Okuda exchanged glances, momentarily bewildered by the sight of the unique principal. Nizu continued, If you ever need guidance or have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. Enjoy your first day at UA. As Itona and Okuda strolled through the bustling halls of UA, they couldn't shake the sense that Principal Nizu was keeping a watchful eye on them. They had heard from Nagisa that he was super intelligent or something. The students of UA, ever perceptive, couldn't help but stare at them in the halls. Undeterred, Itona and Okuda met the gazes head-on, their expressions reflecting a quiet determination. So why do they all look so weird? Okuda whispered to Itona as they navigated through the sea of curious eyes. Itona raised an intrigued eyebrow. I was just about to ask you the same thing. Are quirks that random? That guy has a fish head. They look nothing like Korra-sensei. Before they could talk more, Principal Nizu just popped up beside them. Haruki and Akari. The quirks might be causing a bit of stir. It's not every day that UA welcomes new students. Embarrassment crept over Itona and Okuda as they realized they had been openly questioning the appearance of their fellow students. Sorry about that. Okuda mumbled, her cheeks flushing red. Nizu chuckled, his tone light and understanding. No need to apologize. It's only natural to be curious. Now, I'm sure you're eager to start your first day. Off you go. Making their way to the general studies classroom, Itona and Okuda engaged in a hushed conversation about the peculiarities of UA. Do you think everyone here has quirks that make them look different? Itona pondered. Okuda nodded thoughtfully. It seems that way. UA is known for its diverse and exceptional students. After all, they made their way around the school and finally found the support course room. The moment Itona and Okuda stepped into the support class, the room fell silent. Students turned their heads in unison, their eyes widening with curiosity as they looked at the newcomers. Itona and Okuda exchanged glances and then sighed. Power Loader, the instructor for the support course, looked up from his workbench and grinned. Ah, we have some fresh faces joining us today. Class, these are our new students, Akari and Haruki. Treat them well. The students offered polite nods, but a lingering uncertainty filled the air. Itona and Okuda found empty seats, the eyes of their classmates following them as they settled in. Now, today's lesson is all about building robots. Power Loader announced, his enthusiasm infectious. Haruki Akari, you're just in time. Today, you'll get a taste of the exciting world of support gear construction. Itona perked up at the mention of building robots, his interest evident. As Power Loader delved into the intricacies of a lesson, Itona couldn't help but listen intently. However, after a while, a realization dawned on him. He leaned over to Okuda, whispering, "Hey, doesn't this sound familiar? I think we covered this one day." "Oh, that's right, me and Mr. Kurasuma taught you guys." Okuda's eyes widened as she recalled the shared memory. A smile played on her lips as she whispered back, "You're right. I remember now." Power Loader, amidst his instructing, glanced over at the pair, a subtle curiosity in his eyes. However, he continued with the lesson without addressing them directly. After the support class concluded, Power Loader approached Itona and Okuda with an unexpected request. "Hey, Akari and Haruki, mind sticking around for a bit? I'd like you to take a pre-test to gauge your current knowledge level. It's not something we usually do with new students, but I'm curious." Itona and Okuda exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. They followed Power Loader to a separate room where the pre-test awaited them. The questions covered a wide range of topics, from constructing robots to disassembling bombs. Okuda raised an eyebrow at the latter, and Itona couldn't help but chuckle. "Seems like they're really testing us here, huh?" The room was filled with an air of intensity as Itona and Okuda sat side by side, facing a set of carefully arranged devices. The low hum of machinery surrounded them, the task at hand requiring a delicate mix of precision and speed. Itona's hands worked with a trained smoothness as the timer started counting down, fingertips dancing across the bomb's components. The room echoed with the metallic click of tools as he quickly disassembled the complex system in front of him. You could feel him focusing, his expertise buried in every step. On the other hand, Okuda displayed an unusual kind of skill. Her quick fingers worked with strength, carefully building the device. Her eyes shone with assurance as she maneuvered around the chemicals, every move deliberate and measured. Itona disassembled the bomb, and Okuda built a bomb in record time, creating a synchronized noise of mechanical clicks and hums around the room. Their skills were clearly visible. They were the product of extraordinary experiences. Power Loader couldn't help but be flabbergasted by their work. It was as if time slowed down. As the last components fell into place, the room fell silent for a brief moment, the tension dissipating. Itona and Okuda exchanged a nod, both of them knowing that they already stirred up some trouble. Power Loader, a mix of astonishment and pride evident on his face, broke the silence. "Well, that was quite a performance. It seems we have some extraordinary talents in our hands." As they finished the test, Power Loader collected their papers and reviewed the answers. The surprise on his face was obvious as he muttered, "Well, that's unexpected." Itona and Okuda exchanged curious glances, wondering what had caught the seasoned hero off guard. "Your results are impressive, to say the least. It's not every day high school students know their way around both robotics and explosives," Power Loader admitted, a mix of surprise and admiration in his voice. Itona, with a modest smile, replied, We've had some experiences. Indeed, Okuda added, her eyes gleaming with a hint of mischief. Power Loader dismissed them with a nod. All right, you two, you can head off for now. As they left the room, Power Loader rushed to Principal Nizu's office, a mixture of concern driving him. Bursting through the door, he exclaimed, Principal Nizu, you won't believe what just happened in the support class. Nizu, looking up from his paperwork, raised an inquisitive eyebrow. Do tell, Power Loader. What's got you so worked up? They aced the pre-test. Akari Kurosawa and Haruki Tanaka showed knowledge beyond what regular high schoolers would possess. I'm talking about building robots and, while disassembling and even making bombs, Power Loader explained, his voice a mix of awe and concern. Nizu's eyes widened at the revelation. Bombs, you say? That's quite unusual for high school students. Keep a close eye on them, Power Loader. As Power Loader left the room, Nizu's face twisted. He realized that those two students had a similar record to Midoriya, and they are all acting weird now. Similarly, he saw Midoriya sneaking out late at night on the cameras, before the footage had disappeared. He would get to the bottom of this, if it's the last thing he does. Back with Class 1A, the bell chimed, signaling the end of another rigorous math class for Class 1A. The students, with a collective sigh of relief, filed out of the classroom heading for lunch. Following Lunch Rush's guidance, they navigated the cafeteria, finding their accustomed seats with ease. Midoriya lingered, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. Midoriya, are you okay? Kirishima inquired, genuine concern on his face. Oh yeah, I'm fine, just looking for some friends, Midoriya replied, his gaze scanning the sea of students. Together, they made their way to the 1A area, not a mandatory spot for lunch, but a gathering place for the close-knit class. As the support students trickled in through the lunchroom doors, Midoriya's eyes lit up. Without a moment's hesitation, he darted towards two figures, one with dark brown hair, the other with gray. Confusion rippled through the 1A students as they watched Midoriya's approach. What surprised them more was when he enveloped the two newcomers in a heartfelt hug. Curiosity on their faces, the 1A students observed Midoriya bringing his old friends back to the table where introductions awaited. Hey, everyone, these are my old friends Akari Kurosawa and Haruki Tanaka. Midoriya beamed, excitement radiating from him as the two newcomers waved in greeting. Hey, everyone, it's so nice to meet you. Akari chimed in, her voice carrying genuine warmth. Bakugo, however, couldn't help but be annoying. More extras? You get weirder every day, Dimin Deku. The chatter in the 1A lunch area continued as Midoriya, Akari, and Haruki settled in, their presence adding a good energy to the already lively group. So, how did you guys meet Midoriya? Kaminari asked, his eyes flicking between the newcomers. The question took them by surprise, but Akari shared a warm smile. Well, it's kind of a funny story. We met during middle school, our 3rd year. If any of the suspicions about Midoriya's past went away, they came back now. The students were now curious to hear more about him. Midoriya scratched his head bashfully. Yaha. Haruki added, yeah, Midoriya and Akari were actually with the people that saved me after an incident. The 1A students listened intently, some nodding and understanding, while others exchanged glances. Mina chimed in and smiled. Well, if Midoriya vouches for them, they can't be that bad. The lunchtime buzz in the 1A area continued until Akari and Haruki dropped an unexpected bombshell. So, what are your quirks? Uraraka asked with curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Akari shared an awkward smile. Actually, we're both quirkless. A moment of stunned silence settled over the table as the Class 1A students exchanged incredulous glances. It was as if time had momentarily frozen. Quirkless? Kirishima finally managed to articulate, his surprise evident. Hakuri nodded, yeah, quirkless. But don't worry, we're just here for a couple of weeks. A chorus of gasps and whispers erupted among the 1A students. Todoroki, usually reserved, couldn't hide his surprise. Quirkless and at UA? That's unusual. Azui, ever observant, tilted her head. But why are you here if you're quirkless? Akari explained. We're part of an exchange program. We're here to learn about the support course and experience life at UA. Mina leaned forward, her curiosity piqued. An exchange program? That's pretty cool. What's it like being quirkless in a hero school? Haruki chuckled. It's definitely cool. Then, unexpectedly, Haruki said something in a different language, smiling. Nagisa, why are your classmates so annoying? Wow, Midoriya wouldn't believe that Itona actually said that. Another amazing fact about Beach Sensei was the fact that she taught all of them how to speak fluent Russian. Thank God none of the other 1A kids could, because Itona almost made him laugh. Nagisa, why are your classmates so annoying? Itona said. Okuda put her hands over her mouth. Oh my God, Itona, they aren't even that bad. Okuda said. Okay, they're a little annoying. She said. I'll admit, that was a little mean. But karma told me to cause trouble and I couldn't help it, Itona giggled. Oh my God, are you joking? Okuda wailed. You were just trying to make my life harder. None of them know Russian, so play along with what I'm about to say. Class 1A was in shock. Did they just have a conversation in another language? Then, breaking the tension, Momo's voice cut through the stunned silence. Wow, Midoriya, I didn't know you speak Russian. Her excitement was obvious. Midoriya froze, hoping Momo didn't actually know Russian. Then he relaxed again. She didn't. He remembered that the kids one day asked each other if they could speak any languages, and obviously he lied. But Ciro was the only one who could speak another language, Spanish. Midoriya chuckled, a genuine warmth in his smile. Haha, yeah, I learned a little from a teacher. That's so cool. What did they say? Hagakure asked, adding to the conversation. Oh, Haruki thinks you guys are so cool, but he was too embarrassed to say anything, Midoriya revealed, a playful glint in his eyes. Haruki's eyes widened at the unexpected attention, but he decided to play along. His cheeks flushed red as he managed a sheepish smile. Oh yeah, huh? DMN. Itona is really good at acting. Maybe Keanu taught him, Okuda thought. Momo, ever inquisitive, redirected the conversation. Who are Nagisa and Itona? We managed to get a bit of that out from the conversation. Akari, thinking on her feet, quickly responded. Oh, I was just saying that Kirishima Kid and Ashido remind us of our old friends. She attempted to smooth over the situation, not trying to let the students know what Itona actually said. The table then erupted into chatter, talking about various things from hero work to personal stuff. Then, Itona's phone rung. He stepped aside to answer, and not many of the kids seemed to notice. Hello, Ritsu. What's up? Nothing much, just that you have a midnight mission tomorrow with Yada, Terasika, and Kiera. Okay, thank you for telling me. Who's it about? Some child trafficking thing. Get rid of them fast. They're about to expand their criminal reach, and the ministry needs them dead. All of them. Oh geez, okay. Sorry for the late notice. No problem, it's fine. Okay, bye. Bye. Itona made his way back to the lunchroom, and Nagisa and Okuda were curious to see what he had been called for. Midoriya's concern was immediate, his voice tinged with worry. What happened? Who was it? That was an important ringtone. Okuda quickly added, Are you okay? Was it Ritsu? Itona reassured them with a solemn nod. Yeah, I'm fine. I have a mission tonight with Yada, Terasika, and Kiera. Whoa, that's a lot of people. What's it about? Okuda inquired, her voice carrying a hint of curiosity. Some child trafficking thing, Itona responded, his tone heavy with sadness. Midoriya's face contorted with a mix of shock and horror. Oh my God, please do good. I hate people like that. Okuda's anger flared, her words sharp and incisive. I know, right? The ministry should have just asked Hayami to snipe them. Yeah, no. The ministry would not let that happen. We have to go and steal all the experiment data and try and find the other bad guys. Ritsu popped up and added. Itona, despite the gravity of the mission, offered a chilling smile. Oh well, I'll enjoy killing them. Midoriya chimed in. Okay now, don't go back to being murderous. He playfully elbowed Itona, and the three of them shared a laugh. From what the observant people of 1A could tell, they were name-dropping. A lot. Even though none of them knew Russian, it was pretty easy to tell names in any language. The only problem was that there were so many, they mostly forgot them all. And was there a person talking from Akari's phone? It was really obvious that the three of them were close, but it felt odd to some of the kids. The lively chatter in the 1A lunchroom turned to the topic of favorite teachers, each student sharing stories about the educators who left a lasting impression on them. Kirishima, with a wide grin, started the conversation. Man, I gotta say, Cementas is my favorite. He's tough, and his training sessions are epic. Momo nodded in agreement. I appreciate Aizawa-sensei's no-nonsense approach. It keeps us on our toes. As the conversation circulated, the attention turned to Midoriya, Akari, and Haruki. Jiro asked, Hey, you three, who were your favorite teachers back in the day? Akari exchanged a knowing glance with Haruki and Midoriya before responding, We had this amazing English teacher. She made learning so much fun. Haruki added, Yeah, she had this unique way of making the lessons engaging. We learn a lot from her. Midoriya chimed in, Definitely. I owe a lot of my English skills to her. The 1A students exchanged surprised glances, curiosity piqued. Kaminari, ever the joker, teased, Come on, spill the beans. Who's this mystery English teacher? Haruki grinned mischievously. Sorry guys, we promised not to reveal her name. She's a bit of beach. Akari giggled at the reference. A realization dawned on Mina. Wait, is that why Midoriya is so good at English? That explains a lot. Midoriya blushed. Well, she did inspire me to do better in the subject. Sue, intrigued, asked, Did you guys have any memorable moments together in school? Akari chuckled, Oh, plenty. In our third year, there was this one time Midoriya had to wear a dress to a bar as a dare. Akari, how do you know about that? You weren't even there. Midoriya shouted, embarrassed. Your best friend, Duo, showed the rest of us when they got back, Okuda said, mischievously. Midoriya's face turned an even deeper shade of red as the 1A students erupted in laughter. Siro, with a grin, teased, Come on, Midoriya, you can't just drop a bomb like that and not share the details. Oh my god, Okuda, I'm literally going to kill you. Then I'm going to kill Karma and Nakamura. Midoriya said, some kids confused on why he made a remark in Russian. Uraraka, always ready for a good laugh, said, Remember that time Siro pranked us all by putting plastic bugs in the shower? Oh my gosh, but Kugo screamed like a girl. Huh, watch it round face. Siro, grinning, defended himself. Hey, I just wanted to be interesting. Didn't expect you to be so jumpy, but Kugo. Laughter filled the room, and Sato added his own story. Mineta tried to set up a trap to catch midnight snack thieves in the kitchen. Turned out, he accidentally caught himself instead. Mineta, embarrassed but playing it off, protested. It was a genius plan. I just miscalculated the height of the trap. The group erupted in laughter, and Jiro shared her own tale. One night, Kaminari tried to cook instant noodles without water because he forgot to add it. He almost burned down the dorms. Kaminari scratched his head, chuckling. Yeah, maybe I should stick to microwave meals. Momo, with a sly smile, added, and let's not forget the time we convinced Aizawa-sensei to join our game night. Seeing him try to play charades was priceless. Hagakure, always good at impressions, tried to mimic his words, never again. That was a one-time thing. Uraraka reminisced. Remember when we tried to teach Ida how to dance? It was horrible. Ida, ever the proud student, retorted, I've improved since then. Thank you very much. The tales continued, with everybody pulling up past events. It was like a flood of laughter passing by them. As lunch finished, the kids slowly departed, heading to the next class. Okuda and Itona decided to hang around for a couple minchus. For a bunch of hero students, you guys seem to have done some really stupid stuff, Itona said, even though they all saw him laughing along with the others. They kind of remind me of our class. You know? Like that one time that Okajima almost flooded the mountain trying to water Okano's plants. Okuda said, laughing, Oh God, don't remind me of that, Nagisa said, face-palming. A couple of students passing by wondered why they were speaking in Russian. However, Nizu was passing by. Being the intelligent creature he is, he was determined to be able to figure out what was wrong with his students. He tried to listen into the conversation, but he had no luck. He couldn't decipher what they were saying. He retreated back to his room to take a look at their records once again. The day had finally come to an end, and Midoriya made his way to the common room, relieved to have some quiet time. After enduring a particularly grueling trigonometry test, the group decided to take a break from their usual activities. He felt mentally drained, his thoughts still swirling with leftover frustration. Stupid trig. What even is a cosine, anyway? He thought, rolling his eyes. Trying to shake off his lingering annoyance, he settled onto the couch, letting the softness envelop him as he took a deep breath. The common room was calm, a welcome change after the day's relentless pace. Itona and Okuda had already returned to their respective dorms in the support course. If that even exists, let's pretend it does. Midoriya pulled out his phone, the faint blue glow lighting up his face as he scrolled through his messages. Isegai, hey everyone, how was your day? Hey Ami, boring. I had to actually talk with my classmates and I found out they really SCK. Chiba, I swear you should just SWCH into my class. Hey Ami, I wish. That stupid counselor gets on my nerves. Yoshida, do we really have to do this every day? This is boring. Maehara, what crawled up your butt and died? Okino, Maehara, chill. Nakamura, LMAO. Okano, you're not helping. Take Bayashi, Yoshida SDFU. You are only mad because you failed an English test. Yada, there's no way. We can all speak fluent English, thanks to Beach Sensei. Okajima, Yoshida. Yoshida, the test was super hard. Take Bayashi. What are you talking about? You slept like a loser that whole test? Yoshida, oh yeah, that too. Phew, I don't even have to take an English class. I just hang around the campus because I don't need it. Hara, lucky. Phew, I just plan my mangas anyway. Meg, I can tell that you will become an author when you grow up. Phew, if I'm lucky. Ritsu, before Hayami goes offline, I think she needs to ask you guys something. Hayami. Hayami, no. Hinano. Oh, is this about yesterday? Ritsu, yes. And if you never ask, you won't get what you want, Hayami. Hayami, okay, fine. Hayami, can we please get a cat? Muramatsu. A cat? Hinano, yes. We went to the store the other day, and we found the cutest one ever. Keano, oh yeah. It was actually the same one that Korisensei got a picture of. Sagaya, oh, that one. Chiba, I mean, as long as it isn't too much trouble, we could get it, I guess. Kanzaki, OMG. I would love having a cat around the house. Meg, I think that's a yes. Hayami, wait, actually? Hayami, I did not think you guys would agree that fast. Sajino, nah, it's okay. We would be totally chill with a cat. Nakamura, I would love a cat. Nagisa, hey guys. Nagisa, a cat? I think that would be cool. Keano, hey Nagisa, how was school? Nagisa, it was awesome. Itona and Okuda arrived, and school became so much more fun. Karma, oh really? Itona hasn't caused any trouble yet? Itona, Okuda, we may have gotten carried away in our class. Isegai, what did you do? Itona, we were in the support course class, and the teacher said we would be making robots. Yoshida, here we go again. Okano, robots? Okano, oh yeah, I forgot you go to UA now. Karma, so what happened? Okuda, we had to do this pre-test. Nagisa, wait, a pre-test? They don't do that at UA. Itona, he said that it was out of curiosity. Nagisa, Itona, and we passed the test with flying colors. Nakamura, isn't that a good thing? Karma, it depends on what the test was about. Meg, well, it should have been about making robots, right? Okuda, not exactly. Phew, so what was it about? Itona, we had to make and disassemble bombs. Chiba, are you joking? Okano, they're going to suspect you now. Uft. Kinzaki, wait, you guys actually did it, crying face. Take Bayashi. I told you guys you shouldn't have left me and Yoshida. Yoshida, so what now? Are you going to be, like, investigated? Ritsu, even if they were, I don't think there should be anything wrong with their records. Itona, yeah, but it was fun anyways. Karma, OFC, you would say that You are literally a robot nerd. Nagisa. Karma, please. Sugino. Anyway, back to UA. Hara. Is the food there good? Muramatsu. Yeah, is it? I bet it tastes better than regular school food. Okuda. It's okay, but I've seen even my Hara make better food. Nakamura. Ouch. Itona. It's better than Muramatsu's food. Muramatsu. Who's that? Muramatsu. Wait. Sagaya. There's no way this guy is real. Yada. I ask myself that every day. Chiba. Speaking of food, whoever is in the kitchen needs to turn down the heat. Kanzaki. Hara. Muramatsu. Yada Mimura? Any of you guys? Yada. No, I don't think anyone's in the kitchen. Hayami. It's probably air conditioning going weird. BCS Itona has been gone. Sugino. No, someone was making food. Nakamura. Oh yeah, it was my Hara, right? My Hara, what? Since when am I allowed in the kitchen? Okano. You idiot, when were you banned from the kitchen? My Hara. I wasn't. Oh. Nagisa. I think I can hear Okano facepalming. Hinano. Did you guys find out if it was the air conditioning? Chiba. No, it wasn't. My Hara. Oh yeah, I was in the kitchen. Kiera. And then what? Take Bayashi. Since when? Sugino. You said you were hungry like 30 minutes ago. Karma. There was leftovers in the fridge. My Hara. Oh yeah, I was making something. Okajima. This guy is slower than me. My Hara. I think I left something on the stove. Meg, what? Isagai, what? Nakamura. LMAO, what? Nagisa. Since when? Hayami. Holy SHD, there's a fire. Chiba. Jot the freak. Hara. A fire? Okano, help. My Hara. What did you do? My Hara, what? I was trying. My Hara. Tio, make a quesadilla. Isagai, what? Meg, what? Fire. Sagaya. WTF is happening in the house? Okuda. Ritsu? Ritsu, I got you. Ritsu sent house cam live file. Karma. Do we have to get a new house? Keano, new house? No. Meg, no. Isagai, no. Sugino. Okay, we need to calm down. Keano. I'm not home RN. Kanzaki. Okay, what are we going to do? Chiba and Hayami have no clue and they're trying to turn off the stove. Itona. Use the button on the side. Kiera. How are you so calm? Yoshida. I could ask you the same thing. Meg, Nagisa. Where the hell is the fire extinguisher? Nagisa. Help? IDK. Okay, I am coming over. Class 1A was sprawled around the common area, bored and looking for something. Anything to do. The atmosphere was sluggish, with everyone listlessly scrolling through their phones or staring off into space. Suddenly, Midoriya, engrossed in a video, jolted forward, nearly tumbling off the couch. What the hell? What's wrong with you, shitty nerd? Bakugo barked from across the room, his tone as blunt as ever. Midoriya quickly laughed it off, trying to regain his composure. Oh, nothing. Just watching a funny video. Without another word, he sprang up and made a dash for the door. But before he could get too far, Ida blocked his path, arms crossed in his usual authoritative manner. And where exactly do you think you're going? Midoriya flashed an innocent grin. I need to go check on some friends. Friends? What friends? Bakugo called from the kitchen, clearly suspicious. Midoriya just rolled his eyes and shot back. Don't worry about it, Kakin. Thinking quickly, he pointed behind Ida. Oh wait, Ida-san, look. Kaminari's jumping on the couch. What? Ida's attention immediately snapped to the common area, where Kaminari was lounging harmlessly. But that was all the time Midoriya needed. Seizing the opportunity, he slipped out the door. Shortly afterward, he received a frantic text. Maihara had somehow managed to start a fire. Sprinting back to the 3 house, Midoriya roof jumped across campus and arrived in under 5 minutes. He burst through the door to find chaos unfolding before him. Hayami was shouting frantically, urging Chiba to do something, while Maihara stood sheepishly in the corner. Nakamura and Karma looked on, clearly entertained by the spectacle. Meg and Isagai were racing around, trying to locate a fire extinguisher, while Fuwa, Hara, Hinano, and Mimura watched the scene unfold with a mix of amusement and disbelief. Kiera was half laughing, half attempting to help. Nagisa, where did you put the extinguisher? Meg yelled. Desperation cleared her voice. I think it's in the bathroom for Terasaka and his group, he replied hastily. Okay. Yoshida, send it down. Chiba shouted upstairs. Midoriya dashed to the intercom, relaying the message to Yoshida, who promptly located the extinguisher and lowered it down. Grabbing it, Midoriya rushed to the kitchen, where Hayami was trying to control the flames. Karma, get over here and help, he called. Together, they managed to extinguish the fire, but the damage was done. So covered the walls, and a smoky odor hung in the air. They all stood in stunned silence for a moment before Fuwa broke it with a laugh. Oh my goodness, she exclaimed, clutching her sides. Hara sighed, surveying the mess. I'll grab some cleaning supplies. Nakamura crossed her arms, smirking. My Hara, I think it's safe to say you're banned from the kitchen from now on. Okano and Hinano nodded in agreement, both glaring at Mai Hara. Yeah, no more experiments for you, they chimed in unison. Mai Hara gave a nervous laugh, scratching his head. Great, guess I'm officially banned. Isegai, exhausted, leaned against the wall. Let's just be glad we only need a new pan and maybe a stove repair, he said, a faint smile on his face. Ritsu, inspecting the damage, reassured everyone, I'll handle the repair orders. We can have this place looking good as new in no time. Eventually, they all flopped onto the couch, the adrenaline wearing off. Hayami, catching her breath, managed a weak smile. That was unexpected. Definitely, Midoriya agreed. Is everyone okay? Meg nodded. Yeah, though I wasn't planning on chasing fire extinguishers tonight, she said with a small chuckle. Hinano sprawled on the floor, chiming in. I think that was enough exercise for the month. Karma, leaning back with a grin, nudged Nakamura. Enjoy the show? She smirked. It was entertaining, but let's try not to make this a habit. Kira handed out snacks, grinning. Now that the chaos is over, how about a movie night? Meg perked up. Count me in. I could use a distraction. Isegai shook his head with a sigh. There's never a dull moment in this house, is there? Yoshida, descending the stairs with the rest of the group, laughed. Let's just hope Karasuma doesn't find out about this. As the group began to settle down, Midoriya glanced at his watch. Sorry, everyone, I need to head back to my dorms. Gotta make sure Itona and Okuda don't cause any more trouble. Yada rolled her eyes playfully. Ah, okay. Only because you saved us today. As he walked out the door, Midoriya called back to Karma. Hey, stop telling Itona to make my life harder, you idiot. Nakamura giggled, and Karma just scowled in mock embarrassment. Midoriya waved his goodbyes, heading back to the dorms with a smile, reflecting on the chaotic day and the irreplaceable friends that came with it. Principal Nizu sat at his desk, his usual calm demeanor replaced by a furrowed brow of frustration. Before him lay the records of 3 peculiar students, Akari Kurosawa, Haruki Tanaka, and a normally exemplary Izuka Midoriya. The 2 students in the support course had performed a seemingly impossible task. He looked through the records, and to his astonishment, the third-year histories of all 3 students were missing. What the hell? It was as if an entire year of their lives had been erased. What's wrong with Midoriya? He is a star student. Nizu mused, his enhanced intelligence quirk working overtime. As he looked more into the files, a sense of unease settled in. Not only were the records missing, but they were sealed, even those from the school. The only thing, there was a note that said they went to Kunakigaka and also mentioning their homeroom teacher. Nothing more. Wait a minute. Kunakigaka? That sounds weird. Where have I heard that name? His gaze lingered on Midoriya's file, and he couldn't help but notice weird patterns. Why does Midoriya leave every Friday afternoon? Nizu wondered aloud, his furry brow furrowing deeper. He then delved into the recent activities log, a long and boring record of attendance and participation. Nizu's eyes caught a discrepancy. Midoriya had missed a training session last week. For a star student known for his dedication, such an absence was uncommon and raised further questions. The principal's focus shifted to the cryptic conversation the 3 students had engaged in earlier, speaking in Russian. Nizu marveled at the skill displayed by Kurosawa, Tanaka, and Midoriya. How do they manage to talk in a language they've never officially learned at UA? He pondered, feeling uneasy about what he doesn't know. The principal leaned back in his chair, deep in thought. He contemplated the possibilities, hidden backgrounds, secret missions, or perhaps a darker past that had brought these students together, like a villain attack. His mind was everywhere. It pissed him off when he didn't know everything. He was an intelligent creature. Just as his thoughts began to spiral into speculation, a knock on the door disrupted his thinking. Nizu permitted entry, and a mysterious brunette woman stepped into his office. Her attire struck him as peculiar, not really similar to the normal appearance of UA staff. "Take a seat," Nizu suggested, his beady eyes studying the newcomer with keen interest. The woman complied, her enigmatic presence lingering in the room. "So, you must be the English teacher we called," Nizu stated, trying to put the mystery aside. "Thank you for joining us today. I must admit your arrival has sparked my curiosity," Nizu remarked, his sharp eyes peering over the rim of his glasses. The English teacher, poised and composed, replied with a calm demeanor. "The pleasure is mine, Principal Nizu. I'm here to contribute to the academic environment at UA." Nizu leaned forward, his tiny paws clasped together. "Let's delve into your background. What brings you to UA High, and what unique skills or expertise do you bring to the table?" The teacher, with an air of confidence, answered, "I have a passion for language and literature, and I believe that effective communication is crucial for aspiring heroes. My previous teaching experiences have allowed me to hone my skills in nurturing both language proficiency and critical thinking." Nizu nodded, acknowledging the importance of effective communication in hero society. "Your attire is quite distinctive. May I inquire about your choice of clothing?" The English teacher smiled. "I've always found that expressing my style, though my clothing, calms me." Principal Nizu, curious but professional, continued his line of questioning. "As part of our faculty, you'll be interacting with students who possess unique quirks and abilities. How do you plan to adapt your teaching methods to accommodate such diversity?" The teacher responded thoughtfully, "Adaptability is key in any educational setting. I plan to tailor my lessons to cater to various learning styles, ensuring that each student can grasp the material and apply it effectively in their hero training." Nizu, satisfied with the answers so far, concluded, "Lastly, how do you see yourself contributing to the mission of UA High School?" The English teacher's eyes gleamed with determination. "I see UA as a beacon for future heroes. My role is to empower students not only with linguistic skills, but also with the ability to articulate their thoughts, strategies, and emotions. A hero's strength is not just in their quirk, but in their ability to communicate and inspire." Principal Nizu nodded approvingly. "Thank you for sharing your insights. You're free to go, and we look forward to your valuable contributions to UA." POV SWCH. "Oh God, Ritsu, you made me sound like an idiot." Irina hissed through the earpiece, far from Nizu's room. "Oh, come on, Mrs. Beach. I could tell that you got the job." Ritsu responded, her tone light and teasing. "Why do I even put up with you brats?" Irina muttered, a mix of exasperation and affection in her voice. "Because you love us," Ritsu chimed in playfully. "Oh, shut it. I'm only here because I need to keep an eye on you guys," Irina admitted, her tone softening. "Why?" Ritsu inquired, genuine curiosity in her voice. "It's nothing too bad, just that I've heard you guys are causing trouble, and I think you need a role model," Irina explained, with a little too much confidence. Ritsu began to dismiss the notion, but was cut off. "What was that about? You don't think I'm a role model?" Irina questioned, her tone challenging. No, I do think you're a role model. I just don't think the others will. And if you're trying to keep an eye on us, you should go to Karma's school." "He already scared off a bully," Ritsu suggested, a mischievous glint in her virtual eyes. "Oh my gosh, that kid is seriously something," Irina admitted. Ritsu's response was quick and cheeky. "But that's why you love us, Mrs. Beach." Irina sighed, though a small smile betrayed her true feelings. "I suppose you're right. I never thought I'd end up teaching a bunch of assassins." "Well, you're doing a great job of it," Ritsu teased, earning a groan from Irina. The comms crackled with laughter, and then a voice chimed in. Hey, Mrs. Beach, did you really apply to teach? What the? When did you guys get on this channel? Irina said, accusingly. Just now. It was Okajima and Mimura's fault, BTW Keanu said, giggling. Ah, we're not that bad, are we? Nagisa's voice held a hint of innocence, though everyone knew better. Irina sighed, a mix of exasperation and affection in her voice. You guys made me grow wrinkles. Hear that, everyone? Mrs. Beach thinks we're adorable. Ritsu announced triumphantly. That's not what I said. The kids on the comms flooded the channel with laughter. Okay, kids, let's get back to what we were doing. And shouldn't you guys be training at the house right now? Karasuma's voice chimed in. Nobody answered him, and everyone left the comms. In a separate hall, Midoriya walked alongside Ida and Uraraka, engaged in conversation. As they turned a corner, the trio encountered a surprising sight. Principal Nizu was just leaving Class 1B, bidding farewell to the students with his normal chipper attitude. Midoriya seized the opportunity, calling out, Oh, hey, Principal Nizu, I wanted to ask you something. Yes, what is it, Izuku? Nizu turned his attention to the approaching students. Midoriya, with a hint of eagerness, explained, I wanted to know if Akari and Haruki from the support course could stay in our dorms for a little while. Nizu paused and considered the request, his whiskers twitching in contemplation. Nizu finally responded, Oh, sure, why not? His reply carried a touch of surprise, and he looked a little disgruntled, as if caught off guard by the unexpected. Request. This is perfect. I will be able to keep an eye on all three of them now. The trio of students exchanged glances, grateful for the principal's approval. Thank you so much, Principal Nizu. Midoriya expressed his gratitude with a bright smile, accompanied by nods of appreciation from Ida and Uraraka. Nizu chuckled. No need for such formalities, my young heroes. Just ensure they abide by the rules of the dorms. With a final exchange of pleasantries, the trio continued down the halls, discussing the newly approved arrangement. Uraraka, walking beside them, had to ask, So are they good people? I mean, we'll be sharing the dorms with them. Midoriya nodded. Definitely. They're hardworking and very easy to get along with. Plus, you guys saw them at lunch. Midoriya left Uraraka and Ida to go back to the 1A dorms, and he made his way to the support dorms to pick up his chaotic friends. Midoriya knocked on the doors of Okuda and Aitona's rooms, inviting them to the 1A dorms. They talked about silly, nonsensical things. The trio approached the 1A dorms, and as the door swung open, they were greeted by the smiles and curious faces of their classmates. Hey, everyone! Akari and Haruki will stay with us for a little. Midoriya introduced them with enthusiasm, prompting the class to welcome them warmly. Todoroki and Bakugo, ever observant, exchanged subtle glances but hid any suspicions beneath neutral expressions. The girls of 1A, in particular, were excited to welcome another female student into their midst. Hey, Akari, I'm so excited to hang out. I'm Mina Ashido. Remember? Mina exclaimed, extending a friendly hand. Okuda smiled, accepting the handshake. Of course I remember you, Mina. Momo turned to Akari with excitement. So, Akari, have you explored the whole campus yet? There are so many cool places to hang out. Akari smiled. Not yet, but I'm looking forward to it. Any recommendations? Kirishima jumped into the conversation. You should check out the training grounds. Before we go all out with our quirks. Super fun. Meanwhile, Aitona found himself talking to Kaminari about gadgets and technology. Haruki, you ever thought about inventing your own hero costume gadgets? Haruki's eyes were tired and boring. Oh, yeah, I guess I have. Shiro jumped in the conversation, interested in the question asking. Hey, I heard from my friends at the support course that you two are geniuses. The group chuckled, and just as the conversation was about to continue, Sato's voice echoed through the dorms, announcing dinner. Hey everyone, dinner's ready. Let's gather in the dining area. Okuda and Aitona breathed a subtle sigh of relief as the topic shifted. They followed the rest of the group toward the dining area, where the amazing smell of Sato's cooking welcomed them. 2. taking a bite of her meal, looked around the table with a curious gleam in her eyes. All right, let's lighten the mood. What's the silliest thing you've ever done? Minetta, always ready with a cheeky grin, didn't hesitate. I once tried to use my sticky ball to climb the side of the school building. Didn't end well, though. Laughter erupted around the table, and Momo, with a smile, admitted, I once accidentally created a giant marshmallow during training. I was hungry at the time. Oh my gosh. I remember that, Jiru added, laughing. Uraraka, enjoying her meal, joined in. I tried to use my quirk to float a bunch of apples, and it accidentally hit Deku in the face. As the students shared their amusing stories, Okuda and Itona listened with interest. Todoroki, sensing their quiet presence, decided to include them in the conversation. How about you two? Any funny or silly moments from your past? Itona, his usually stoic expression softening, recalled, well, there was this time I broke through the classroom door, accidentally. Okuda chuckled. I once made my teacher try a drink, and his face turned blue. Midoriya, Okuda, and Itona exchanged glances, trying not to laugh at the reference. Korosensei turned blue, literally. Itona, not wanting to talk about themselves anymore, asked one AA question, tell us about some dumb moments you guys had during training. If you guys are as chaotic as Midoriya says you are, that is. Kirishima, his trademark grin in place, slapped Bakugo on the back. Man, that time you accidentally propelled yourself into the sky? Legendary. I thought we were witnessing the BRTH of a flying hero. Bakugo scowled, shooting back. It was a ding glitch, not some failed attempt at becoming a bird brain. And I don't need a reminder from extras like you. Jiro, with her earphone jacks swaying, chuckled. Koda terrified one of the kids from 1B when we played a prank on them. Koda, nodding in agreement, murmured, I didn't expect them to run away screaming. Guess animals are scarier than I thought. Ojiro, swaying his tail, thoughtfully shared, I got my tail stuck in the obstacle course once. Made the whole thing look like a dance recital. Embarrassing, to say the least. Mina, with her vibrant personality, couldn't resist chiming in. Remember when Zero used his tape to create a makeshift hammock during the survival training? Dude, you turned a life-or-death scenario into a chill afternoon nap. Itona and Okuda looked so confused, and they both thought, almost simultaneously. Zero grinned, unapologetic. You can laugh all you want, but Aizawa-sensei punished me too. Kaminari, the resident jokester, joined the conversation. Speaking of danger, remember when I accidentally short-circuited my own brain during combat practice? I was zapped for a good hour. Jiro sighed. You'll never live that down, Pikachu. We had to finish the exercise while you were seeing stars. Bakugo added. At least Sparky here provided some unintentional fireworks. Gave the pros a real light show. Midoriya, turning to Itona and Okuda, smiled. Oh, God, imagine what would happen if we did stuff like that next to our PE teacher. Itona shivered at the thought. Todoroki, noticing them, asked, Oh, who was your PE teacher? All three paused for a moment, unsure of what to say. Itona, finally deciding to talk, replies, I forgot his name. All I remember from him was that he was really strict, somewhat like your teacher if all your stories are true. Okuda, smiling, made a playful remark. Yeah, last year was a forgetful year. They both lied, of course. Last year was one they would never forget. As the classmates and friends continued talking, dinner was soon over. They made their way back to the common room, and they all decided it would be good for them to get some rest. It was now morning in the UA dorms. The students, each with their unique morning routines, began the day in their own ways. Momo, always an early riser, was already at her desk reviewing notes for the day's lessons. She exchanged a few words with Uraraka, who was groggily getting ready and still half asleep. Down the hall, Bakugo's explosive personality didn't waver even in the early hours. Kirishima tried to match his energy, attempted a friendly morning greeting, only to be met with a grumbled response. In another part of the dorms, too, with her calm demeanor, smoothly went about her morning routine. She exchanged a nod with Ida, who was meticulously arranging his school supplies. Midoriya was able to get a bigger room, so that Itona and Okuda could sleep on airbeds. The soft morning light filtered into Midoriya's room, signaling the beginning of a new day at UA. Midoriya, Itona, and Okuda were getting ready for their classes. Midoriya, fully awake and brimming with excitement, couldn't contain his enthusiasm. Wakey, wakey. You don't want to be late for class. Okuda, still half asleep, mumbled in protest. Oh, geez, Nagisa, do we really have to wake up now? Itona, groggily responding to the commotion, grunted, ugh. Midoriya playfully nudged Itona, trying to rouse him fully. Oh, come on. We've woken up way earlier than this. Okuda, surrendering to the inevitable wake-up call, reluctantly admitted, I guess you're right. Itona, now more aware of his surroundings, grumbled, I'm awake. I'm awake. Itona paused, then voiced his frustration. I'm tired of having to answer so many questions from your classmates, Nagisa. Okuda, chiming in with a teasing smile, countered, well, wouldn't you do the same? Midoriya, recalling Itona's crazy transfer, chuckled, I mean, we did that to you when you transferred, right? Itona, now fully awake, rolled his eyes. Fair point. As they continued their morning routine, Midoriya couldn't help but flash a sad smile. You guys still getting used to being with Class 1 instead of the E-Class? Okuda, adjusting her uniform, nodded. Even though we have been in normal school for a while, it feels weird to be with a class now. Itona, fiddling with the support gear, added, yeah, and at least they aren't jerks like the past day class. Midoriya, empathizing with his friends, said, oh well, now we know how the Big Five feels. Okuda, fumbling with her tie, sighed, I still can't get used to this uniform. It's so different from what we wore back in E-Class. Midoriya, adjusting his own tie expertly, grinned, well, we have uniforms now. As the students finished getting ready, they gathered in the common area, sharing a few words and laughs before heading out. They could all smell breakfast being made, courtesy of Sato, who had taken on the role of the dorm's unofficial chef. They sat down to eat and made their ways to the campus. Itona and Okuda parted ways with the rest of 1A, and everyone made it to class safely. The Class 1A students filed into their homeroom, chatting as they prepared for another day of hero training. Aizawa watched them with his usual disinterested gaze. Aizawa, leaning against his desk, spoke up in his usual monotone voice. Good morning, class. We've got some important training today, so listen up. Kirishima, nudging Kaminari, whispered, wonder what kind of training we're in for today. Kaminari shrugged. Who knows? Aizawa-sensei always keeps us on our toes. Aizawa continued, today's lesson is all about adaptability. Heroes need to be prepared for any situation, and that means being able to think on your feet. Mina, twirling a strand of her hair, mused, adaptability, huh? This sounds interesting. Aizawa, eyes scanning the room, added, I've invited a special guest to help with today's lesson. Pay attention and learn. You never know when these skills might save your life. Ida, adjusting his glasses, couldn't hide his curiosity. A special guest? I wonder who it is. As Aizawa spoke, the classroom door slid open, revealing Present Mike with his usual energetic flair. Surprise, surprise. Today, we're diving into some unexpected scenarios to test your ability to adapt. Buckle up, kiddos. Bakugo, muttering to himself, grumbled, this better be worth my time. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. Bakugo, want to repeat that? Bakugo tensed up and replied, no sensei. The kids made their way to ground beta, excited to see what was in store for them. Across the field, Todoroki and Momo strategized quietly, focusing on their quirks. Aizawa, interrupting the chatter, signaled the start of the lesson. Present Mike added a burst of energy. Your first challenge begins now. Show me your adaptability. After the lesson was over, the kids came back to the main campus, still talking about that training. Kirishima couldn't contain his excitement, expressing, man, that was cool. Kaminari, affirming their success, chimed in with a sense of camaraderie. Bro, I think we all passed those challenges. Uraraka, still caught up in the thrill, exclaimed, Yuwa, that training was so fun. Mina added, and better than the combat training we had the other week. Midoriya, curious about the sentiment, questioned, was it that bad? Jairu, offering her perspective, replied, it was tiring, that's really it. Zero, dramatically expressing his exhaustion, proclaimed, tiring? That was horrible. I thought I was going to die. Mineta, reflecting on the difficulty, shared, this practice was pretty hard too. Bakugo dismissed the challenge, stated, oh, stop being weak. This was child's play. Kirishima, cautioning Bakugo, whispered, are you crazy, Baku bro? Keep your voice down before Aizawa magically hears you and makes us do more work. Su remarked, Karo, Aizawa seems more tame these days. Ida, attributing it to the class's progress, asserted, I believe it's just because we are getting better. As passing PRD ended, the kids now waited in their seats for the next PRD, English. Here we go again. I'll try not to yell this time, Nagisa thought, still embarrassed about the prank. As the new English teacher entered the room, a couple of the boys, Kaminari and Mineta, made some diabolical remarks. For the sake of the fandom, I will not write them. As the students settled into their seats, Mrs. Irina introduced herself, her vibrant presence filling the room. All right, people, my name is Mrs. Irina, and I will be your new English teacher for a bit. Mina leaned over to Kirishima, a mischievous glint in her eye, and whispered, this is going to be interesting. Mrs. Irina, catching snippets of the side conversation, raised an eyebrow and remarked with a playful smirk, oh, I promise, interesting is an understatement. Meanwhile, Todoroki exchanged curious glances with his classmates, wondering how this new teacher would fit into their already eventful school life. Bakugo, unimpressed, muttered to himself, another weird teacher. Great. Mrs. Irina, unfazed by Bakugo's lack of enthusiasm, clapped her hands together, adding, but enough about me. Let's dive into the fascinating world of English literature. Get ready for a journey, my dear students. There is no way this is the same Beach Sensei that is a professional assassin. Well, I guess she did say how important it is to be able to act another personality, Nagisa thought, impressed by her acting skills. Ida raised his hand, eager to contribute, and asked, Mrs. Irina, have you ever encountered a book that completely changed your perspective? Mrs. Irina grinned, but cursed in her head. Oh, absolutely, my dear Ida. There's a certain magic in literature that can transform the way we see the world. Now, who else has had a similar experience? Urarika eagerly shared her favorite book, sparking a conversation about each student's literary preferences. Mina animatedly described a thrilling action novel, while Jairu praised the works of a well-composed mystery. Kirishima, sporting an enthusiastic grin, chimed in, I never thought I'd enjoy reading until I stumbled upon this one manga series. It's like a hero story, but with a twist. Mrs. Irina nodded, encouraging the students to explore diverse genres. Bakugo, unable to resist the urge to participate, reluctantly admitted, fine, there's this one book with explosive battles that caught my interest. The class erupted in laughter, appreciating Bakugo's unintentional pun. Mrs. Irina joined in, much to Bakugo's disliking. As the lesson continued, the students loved Mrs. Irina more and more. When the class finally finished, the kids left the room. Midoriya stayed to talk to his old teacher. Wow, Professor Beach, I never knew you could teach like that, Midoriya remarked. Yeah, whatever. Ritsa made me study this crappy job since the day she suggested I teach. Irina replied, dismissively. Midoriya grinned, shifting the topic. So, have you had a chance to explore the campus? And thanks for not throwing a knife at me this time. Next time I throw it, you won't catch it. Irina retorted with a sly smile. As if Karasumo would let you kill me like that, Midoriya teased. You guys are so annoying, Irina muttered, rolling her eyes. Whatever, go talk to the other teachers. I have to go to my next class. Midoriya sighed. I get to teach Itona and Okuda next period. She added with mock enthusiasm. They both left the classroom, but in the hallway, Irina found herself interrupted by Namuri. Oh my gosh, you're the new teacher, right? I've heard so much about you. Namuri exclaimed, practically bouncing on her toes. Irina, caught off guard by Namiri's enthusiasm, chuckled. Yeah, that's me. And I've heard about you too. Pro Hero Midnight, right? Namiri blushed. Oh, you know about me? That's so cool. I've been dying to meet you. You can call me Namiri, though. Irina smiled. Well, I'm glad we met. Namiri leaned in, whispering excitedly. You have no idea how much I've wanted to chat with someone who's not all serious and hero-like. I mean, have you seen these students? They're a handful. Irina laughed. Tell me about it. Teaching one, it was like dealing with a bunch of hyperactive squirrels. And don't get me started on Bakugo. Namiri nodded. Oh, Bakugo. That kid has fire both in and out of the classroom. It's entertaining, though. Irina eventually glanced at her watch. Oh, I've got to head to my next class. Teaching the support course awaits, she sighed. Namiri grinned. Well, I'm sure they'll be in for a treat with you as their teacher. Let's catch up later, okay? Absolutely, Irina agreed, giving a playful salute. We'll have to exchange more stories. See you around, Namiri. See you, Irina. Looking forward to it. Namiri waved as Irina quickly walked down the hallway. That was weird. She gave me weird vibes, too. I guess I have a teacher friend now. Irina thought, still confused. Sometimes she acts without really thinking. During math class in 1, Midoriya's phone unexpectedly rang. Oh, I'm sorry, Sensei. I have to take this. It's my mom. Midoriya hastily excused himself. He was lying. Ritsu was the one calling him. Hey, Nagisa. Bad news. Ritsu started the conversation. Oh, what happened now? Midoriya responded in Russian. Kiera skipped her training yesterday, and Mr. Karasuma found out. Ritsu informed him. Skip training? She would never do that. Oh, wait. Yesterday was the whole fire thing, right? Midoriya connected the dots. Yep. And instead of telling Karasuma, she decided to keep it under wraps. Anyways, you have to go on a mission tonight with Itona. He's punishing her for not being there. Ritsu explained. Oh God, so I have to lie to my classmates again? Midoriya sighed. Yep, but it's okay. I already have an email being sent to Aizawa that says you will be out tonight to attend a gala. Ritsu reassured. A gala? So fancy. Midoriya chuckled. Yeah, it was Yada's idea. Her last mission with Hayami was to off someone at a gala. Ritsu added. Oh, okay, then. Midoriya agreed. Tell Kiera thanks for not ratting us out. Midoriya said before the call, concluded with a casual, no problem. Bye, Nagisa. Mina glanced at Jairu when Midoriya left the room. They were both thinking the same thing, for her to use her quirk to listen in. She tried her best, but she was surprised when they started talking in Russian. She couldn't make out anything from the conversation, much to her disappointment. Mina noticed her eyes widening, and Jairu silently let her know that she couldn't hear anything. Midoriya entered the room again, and they continued the lesson like it was any normal day. When class was over, the kids made their way to the lunchroom. It was lunchtime, and Itona and Okuda weren't able to sit with 1A. Something about support class bonding. As 1A sat down, they started talking like normal. That was until Mina decided to bring something up. Hey, Midoriya, who was that on the phone during math? Mina chimed in, her eyes glinting with curiosity. Jairu, leaning on the table, added, Yeah, it seemed kind of urgent. Everything okay? Midoriya, attempting to downplay the situation, hesitated before responding. Oh, that? It was just my mom. She wasn't well, but she is feeling a little better now. Oh no, that's tough. I hope she gets well soon. Uraraka expressed genuine concern. Yeah, moms are the best. Is she still in the hospital? Kaminari asked, his tone sympathetic. Midoriya nodded. Yeah, she is, but it's nothing too serious. Just needed some rest. As the lively lunchtime conversations in Class 1A continued, Todoroki leaned in and remarked, Midoriya, you've been through a lot lately. How are you holding up? Midoriya flashed a reassuring smile. I'm fine, Todoroki. Just dealing with the usual hero stuff. Kirishima, always eager for a good story, chimed in, speaking of hero stuff, did you guys catch the news about Endeavor's latest battle? Yeah, that was insane. The flames were like whoosh. Boom. Kaminari exaggerated, gesturing dramatically. Siro chuckled. I'd pay to see you do a reenactment, Kaminari. Todoroki sighed. Sisson, we not talk about stupid endeavor right now. Momo grinned sure. Uraraka nudged Midoriya playfully. So, what are you introducing us to your mom, Midoriya? Ida, always the responsible one, added with a hint of authority. It would be a good idea. We could organize a little get-together or something. Midoriya chuckled nervously. Maybe sometime in the future. She's still recovering, and hero schedules and all that. Bakugo added, with a hint of annoyance in his voice, just don't go crying to mommy if you can't handle the training, Deku. Midoriya sheepishly smiled, stuttering, don't worry, Kakin. I can handle it just fine. The rest of the day passed in a blur of lessons, training exercises, and occasional banter between the classmates. Class 1A, along with Itona and Okuda, hung out in the dorms. Kirishima started the conversation. Hey, Akari, Haruki, how was your day? Haruki, slightly caught off guard, responded, huh? Oh yeah, it was great. Akari chimed in, yeah, we had a new English teacher. Kaminari joined the discussion. Oh really? We did too. Was it Irina's sensei? Haruki began to answer with an unintended slip. Yeah, it was Big Dash. Akari quickly interjected. Yep, it was. Midoriya shot Haruki a glare for nearly revealing too much, and Haruki responded with an apologetic look. Todoroki, observant as always, asked, What were you saying, Haruki? Mina seemed puzzled, asking him, What are you talking about? Meanwhile, Midoriya cursed internally at the close call. Akari explained, he's in a bad mood. Midoriya added with a forced grin, Yeah, I stole his food today. Jiraiya teased, You fiend. Aoyama chimed in with his unique flair. How unsparkly. Bakugo, unimpressed, retorted, What the hell does that even mean? You're always yapping about sparkles and SHD. Aoyama just disappeared into the shadows. Bakugo grumbled some complaints, and the kids tried their best to ignore him. In the midst of the banter, Shiro raised an eyebrow, curious about Haruki's earlier slip. So, Haruki, what were you saying about the new English teacher? Haruki nervously chuckled, attempting to downplay it. Oh, nothing much. Just getting used to her style, Todoroki, still intrigued, persisted. It sounded like there was more to it. Is there something we should know? Midoriya, quick on his feet, intervened. Nah, it's just a little inside joke between us. Nothing serious. Mina, always up for some gossip, added, Inside joke? Spill the tea, Haruki. Haruki glanced at Midoriya, who discreetly signaled him to change the subject. Try to lighten the mood, he said, Well, it's just typical school stuff. Nothing juicy, sorry. Bakugo, uninterested in the conversation, muttered, Whatever, just keep it down. Some of us are trying to relax. The group continued chatting for a little longer, but Itona and Midoriya realized they had to leave to go to their mission. Normally, before a mission, the kids leave an hour early to meet with the ministry and get a brief overview. Midoriya and Haruki casually announced, We gotta head out, guys. The class exchanged glances. Kaminari couldn't help but ask, Leaving again, Midoriya? What's the deal? Midoriya sighed, realizing he had to do this carefully. Just some personal stuff, Nothing to worry about. Bakugo raised an eyebrow. Personal stuff? You always pull this CRP, Deku. Haruki tried to ease the tension, added, It's not a big deal, seriously. We have to catch an event, so we'll catch up with you later. Kirishima nudged Bakugo. Let them go, man. They've got their own stuff. Shiro shrugged. All right, if you say so, but you better not be up to anything weird. As Midoriya and Haruki made their exit, the class kind of just stood in silence. Then Mina spoke up. Oh my gosh, did you see that? Uraraka chuckled. See what, Mina? Midoriya and Haruki, did you guys feel the tension in the air? They are totally doing something mischievous. Jiraiya rolled her eyes. Mina, you're exaggerating. They're probably just going somewhere together. Hagakure, intrigued, chimed in. That sounds cool. What if we follow them? Akari, panicking, tried to convincingly stop them. Whoa, how about we just let them be? Momo, with a thoughtful expression, added, Let's not jump to conclusions. They might just have some important business to attend to. Two, in a teasing way, croaked, Mina, you're acting like a little kid right now. Mina blushed. I can't help it. It's just so exciting. But you know what's even more exciting? A girl party. Snacks, music, and gossip. Let's do it. The girls agreed, and they all left, leaving the boys in confusion. The girls were now in the room. All right, girls. Now that we have some privacy, spill the tea. Tell me your crush stories, your wildest dreams, anything. Mina exclaimed, practically bouncing with enthusiasm. Jiru, rolling her eyes, said, Mina, not everyone has exciting crush stories like you. Mina grinned mischievously. Well, what about you, Akari? Any juicy secrets from your time at middle school? Akari chuckled. Just the usual stuff, nothing too scandalous. Midoriya was always the center of attention, but he handled it surprisingly well. Mina continued to lead the conversation, eager to create a lively atmosphere. She turned to Akari, trying to dig into her past. Come on, Akari. You must have some awesome stories from your time in middle school. Spill the tea. Akari hesitated, glancing at Uraraka and the others. Well, it was pretty normal, you know? Just the usual stuff. Mina pouted. Fun. We're sharing secrets here. Momo interjected. Let's respect everyone's privacy. If Akari doesn't want to share, we should move on. Mina proudly declared, well, first things first, let's talk about crushes. Anyone got a secret crush? Hagakure winked. Well, you can't see mine, but it's pretty secret. Jiru smirked. Mina, this is not a sleepover. But fine, I'll play along. I might have someone in mind. Mina nodded. Yes. Spill the tea, Jiru. The girls continued their lively chat, laughing and sharing stories. Mina, always full of energy, clapped her hands. All right, girls. Next on our girl party agenda, nail painting. Who's in? Uraraka grinned. Sounds like fun, but can we even find enough polish for everyone? Mina opened a drawer, revealing an impressive collection of colorful nail polishes. I've got you covered, Uraraka. Pick your colors, ladies. Excitement filled the room as the girls selected their favorite hues. Hagakure chose sparkly pink, while Momo opted for a more sophisticated deep red. The others chose their colors with sparkles in their eyes. As they painted each other's nails, the atmosphere turned cozy. The girls continued their conversation, going from girly topics to discussing their class and recent events. Class has really been going slow these days, Mina remarked, a hint of frustration in her voice. Uraraka nodded in agreement. I know, right? It's like the lessons are more basic. Momo chimed in, removing her nails from the UV light. Well, I see what you mean, but the pros have been dealing with more stuff lately. Sue interjected softly. I'm not sure that's what's happening. I heard that there have been fewer incidents involving villains. Uraraka's eyes widened as she considered this. Oh yeah, and the underground heroes have less work too, Jiru remarked. Well, at least the class is somewhat normal. Momo nodded in agreement, saying, if you ignore the recent changing of teachers, yeah. Akari sat there in silence. On one hand, she really loved these girls. They were really fun to hang out with. But on the other hand, she knows that her loyalty to the E-class cannot be surpassed. She knew that Midoriya's classmates were getting suspicious of him, and she really wanted to help him out. Yeah, maybe if I just add to the conversation, I can learn what they know, and maybe clear him of his suspicions. Okuda thought, smiling. Akari hesitated before speaking up, her voice trembling slightly. Didn't you guys think Izuku is acting a little weird? The room went silent. Mina stopped painting Akari's nails. Uraraka responded with a thoughtful hum. Momo followed suit, albeit more reservedly. Akari's heart skipped a beat, scared that she had F up. But to her surprise, Mina's face lit up with excitement. OMG! You noticed it too. Sue chimed in, sharing Mina's enthusiasm. Oh, this is good. Uraraka nodded in agreement. Her curiosity piqued. We can finally figure out what's wrong with him. Mina jumped up from her seat, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Let's brainstorm, girls. What could be going on with Midoriya? Uraraka leaned forward, her expression serious. Do you think it's related to his quirk? Maybe something happened during his hero training. Jiru shook her head. I don't think so. He's always been dedicated to his training, even more so than the rest of us. Momo paused for a moment before offering her input. Perhaps it's something personal. Has anyone noticed him leaving campus more often than usual? Akari listened to the conversation intently, relieved that her plan didn't backfire. She remained silent. Mina turned to Akari, noticing her thoughtful expression. Hey, Akari, what do you think? Caught off guard by the sudden attention, Akari hesitated before responding. Not sure. He's just been different lately. DMN, I need to get better at this acting thing. Maybe Keanu can help me. Mina's eyes lit up with excitement as she proposed her idea. You know, we could always check his room. Maybe there's something there that can give us a clue. Oh no, how about we don't do that? Uraraka hesitated, her brows furrowing in concern. I don't know, Mina. Snooping around in someone's room doesn't seem very hero-like. Thank you. I love you so much, Uraraka. Okuda said, sighing of relief. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. She's got a point. Invading someone's privacy isn't the best way to approach this. Momo calmly stated, perhaps we could simply talk to him directly, express our concerns, and offer our support. We have tried to talk to him. He always gives us the most bland answers ever. Sue said, scratching her head. Mina chewed on her bottom lip, weighing their options. All right, how about this? We'll go to his room, and if we don't find anything, we talk to him directly. Uraraka nodded, seemingly satisfied with the compromise. Sounds like a plan. Oh, great. What did I just do? It should be fine, right? I'm pretty sure Nagisa left the shared computer with Karma last week. Other than that, there is nothing suspicious there, right? I hope he took all his weapons with him, though. As the girls strolled down the hallway toward Midoriya's room, they passed the boys on the couch. They were watching some American sport and yelling at the TV. Ignoring them, they decided to talk about their plan. So, what do you think we'll find in Midoriya's room? Mina asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I bet it's still plastered with All Might posters, Jiraiya chimed in, adjusting her earphone jack with a smirk. Definitely. Uraraka agreed with a laugh. I mean, have you seen how obsessed he is with All Might? That does not sound like Nagisa at all. I wonder why he chose such a weird fake personality, Okuda thought, while chuckling. Momo nodded in agreement. I remember when we toured the dorms. It was certainly something. That sounds about right, Mina remarked. The girls pushed open the door to Midoriya's room, expecting to be greeted by a vibrant display of All Might stuff. However, what they found left them utterly stunned. Whoa, where's all the All Might stuff? Mina gasped, her eyes scanning the room in disbelief. It's like a completely different room, Uraraka remarked, her voice tinged with confusion. Jairu's eyebrows furrowed as she surveyed the room. I've never seen it this plain before. What's going on? As they stepped further into the room, they noticed the simple bed with plain bed sheets, different from the superhero spread they recalled. However, their attention was drawn to a small yellow octopus plush resting on a pillow, an unexpected sight in the room. Is that an octopus plush? Momo questioned, her gaze fixed on the plushie. Okuda giggled at that. She found it cute how Nagisa still loves him. Meanwhile, on one side of the room, the sight of a safe caught their attention, which left them in shock. What's with the safe? Mina wondered aloud, her curiosity piqued. And look, there's a computer on his desk, Jiraiya pointed out, gesturing toward the desk where the computer sat. Oh my fu, Nagisa, I thought you gave it 2 karma for the week, Okuda mentally cursed. As the girls gathered around Midoriya's computer, excitement and curiosity filled the air. Mina reached out and pressed the power button, while Uraraka leaned in closer to get a better view of the screen. Whoa, it's unlocked, Mina exclaimed with a grin. Let's see what's on here. Uraraka agreed eagerly. Jiraiya was still unsure. Should we really be doing this? It feels kind of wrong. Momo nodded in agreement, adding, I agree with Jiraiya. This feels like an invasion of privacy. Mina waved off their worries, saying, come on guys, this is Izuku we're talking about. He wouldn't mind. Sue hesitated. Mina is right. First his weird behavior, and now the whole room being different. It's like a whole new Midoriya. Icons scattered across the computer. Mina gasped in amazement, while Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, impressed by the lack of security measures. Okuda decided it was enough. But something was really wrong. Why was the computer unlocked? As the girls scrolled through Midoriya's computer, their excitement grew with each click. "Look, there's a folder labeled Middle School," Mina exclaimed, her eyes widening with anticipation. "Maybe we'll find some clues about what's been going on with him." Uraraka chimed in, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. They eagerly attempted to open the folder, only to be met with a prompt for a password. "Oh, of course it's locked," Jairu exclaimed, sadly. Momo furrowed her brows in thought. Do you think he'd use something obvious as the password? Then it hit Akari. This was an obvious trick. They don't have a file named Middle School on the computer. It was probably a trap for snoopers. They were probably going to ask her about the password. She contemplated for a little bit. If she had called Ritsu, she would be taking away from the mission that was going on. But if she didn't, there would be more of a chance for him to have some secret spilled. She decided to do the best with what she had. As they struggled to unlock the folder, Mina turned to Akari, her eyes gleaming with hope. "Hey, Akari, do you have any ideas for a password?" she asked eagerly, leaning in closer. "Yeah, you know him best, right?" Hakagure asked, pleading. Akari paused for a moment, taking a seat at the desk. "Actually, I need to check something on my phone first," she said cryptically, her fingers already typing away. The other girls exchanged curious glances, but didn't press further, too worried about what could happen. "Don't mind me. I'm using a voice type," Akari said with a smile. "Okay, just hurry. We don't know when it will be back," Uraraka said, confused. "All right, I need help. To the person who is in my phone, answer me back in Russian and make sure not to use any names. I'm in a room with some classmates," Okuda said, trying to be discreet. She knew that if she used names, the girls would find her suspicious. "Okay, what can I do for you?" Ritsu answered, not popping up on the screen to remain secret. "Hide everything on this computer that has to do with us and our little hobby. Leave at least something that the girls can find." "I'm trying to play along," Okuda said, try to wrap things up. "You got it. I'll need to do this quickly, though. I'm on a mission," Ritsu responded. Okuda knew that it worked, because while the girls were strolling around the room, a file from the computer disappeared. She called the girls back to look on the computer. She told them that she had no idea what the password was, and she wasn't lying. The computer was locked. Only a retina scan of a 3E kid could open all the files. The girls exchanged disappointed looks as they had no luck opening it. "Ugh, back to square one," Mina groaned, slumping in her seat. Uraraka sighed in frustration. "I thought we had it for sure," she murmured, leaning back in defeat. Just as they were about to give up, Momo's sharp eyes caught something on the screen. "Wait, what's that?" she asked, pointing to a small file tucked away in the corner. Jairu leaned in for a closer look. "I didn't even notice that before." "Let's open it," she suggested, her curiosity coming back. The file was named Okajima_phototist_Kuro. Okajima photos? Why have I never seen that? Oh well, I hope Korsensei isn't in that. I trust Ritsu to delete those, though. Okuda thought, though curious to see what Okajima had captured for the year. "Who's Okajima?" Momo questioned, furrowing her brow in confusion. Jairu quickly clicked on the folder, revealing a series of photos. "Wait a minute." She trailed off, her eyes widening in recognition. Mina leaned in closer, her curiosity piqued. "Is that Akari?" she asked, pointing at one of the photos. Uraraka's eyes widened in surprise. "It is," she exclaimed, her voice filled with disbelief. Akari blushed, feeling a mixture of embarrassment and curiosity. "Oh yeah, that is me in middle school, huh?" Hagakure, stunned at the photos, said, "But you look so different." Uraraka, amazed at her change, asked, "You grew out your hair?" Okuda turned red. Curse freaking Okajima for his photos. "I thought we agreed never to look at my witch costume again." Akari nodded in agreement. "Yeah, it wasn't really my best look," she admitted quietly. Momo's eyes widened with excitement. "Oh my god, you look so cute in the picture of you and the girl with dark blue hair," she exclaimed, pointing at the screen. Mina leaned in closer to get a better look. "Whoever took these photos is amazing. Look at the one with the blonde girl in the sunset," she remarked, marveling at the quality of the images. Tsu's gaze shifted between the different pictures. "The girls in the kimonos at the bottom are gorgeous." Do you know them? She asked curiously. Akari hesitated before responding. Why, yeah, I know some of them, she said, her voice slightly tense. Then, to everyone's surprise, the file mysteriously locked. The girls exchanged nervous glances, while Akari couldn't help but feel a sense of relief wash over her. Disappointed by their lack of progress with the computer, the girls collectively sighed and decided to return to the room. As they walked back, Jiru remained unusually quiet. Concerned, Uraraka spoke up. Hey Jiru, is everything okay? She asked, her voice with worry. Jiru hesitated for a moment before brushing off their concern. Yeah, I'm fine. Just thinking about something, she replied vaguely, her tone distant. Mina frowned, sensing that something was wrong. Come on, Drew. You can tell us if something's bothering you, she urged gently, her eyes filled with concern. Jiru shook her head, offering a weak smile. It's nothing, really. Just need some time to process everything, she reassured them, although her words quieted down. Once they arrived back in Mina's room, Hagakure tried to lighten the mood. Hey, don't worry too much, guys. We'll figure out what's going on with Midoriya eventually, she said optimistically. Sue nodded in agreement. Yeah, Hagakure's right. Let's try not to stress too much about it for now, she chimed in, forming a reassuring smile. Mina perked up at the suggestion. I've been dying to watch Legally Blonde. It's such a classic, she exclaimed, her excitement infectious as she rummaged through her DVD collection to find the movie. Uraraka and Akari exchanged amused glances before joining in on the enthusiasm. Sounds like a plan. Uraraka agreed with a grin, while Momo nodded in approval. With the decision made, the girls settled down on Mina's bed, ready to enjoy their movie night together. As the movie played on, the girls couldn't help but add their own commentary, giggling at the funny scenes and sharing their thoughts on the characters. Oh my gosh, Elle is such a queen, Mina exclaimed, her eyes glued to the screen as she admired the determination. Uraraka chimed in. I love how she proves everyone wrong and follows her dreams. It's so inspiring. Momo nodded in agreement, a small smile playing on her lips. Definitely. It just shows that you can't judge someone based on appearances alone. Throughout the movie, the girls loved every part of it, forgetting their earlier worries for the time being. Once the credits rolled and the movie came to an end, Akari suddenly spoke up, her voice hesitant yet determined. Guys, I think I'm going to head out for a bit. I want to visit my parents' house. The other girls exchanged confused glances, not quite understanding Akari's sudden decision. However, they respected her choice and nodded in agreement. Sure, Akari. Just let us know if you need anything, Uraraka said, her tone supportive yet curious. Jiru was not dumb. There was obviously something wrong with Akari and Midoriya. She sat in silence during the last half of the movie contemplating. What would be happening here? Akari's first mistake was calling Midoriya by his first name. That solidified the fact that they were really close along with Haruki. There is absolutely no way that she doesn't know anything what is happening. 2. She was quiet most of the time we talked about Midoriya. 3. When they made our way to the room, she seemed to systematically block us from searching places. 4. She sat down at the computer and started talking to her phone in Russian. What could she have possibly needed to do that for? 5. She was in those pictures on Midoriya's computer. There was no way in hell that doesn't make her more suspicious. She looked surprised to see the photos, too. 6. All three of them, Haruki, Midoriya, and Akari, are so quick to think on their feet. Like when Todoroki asked them a question, Haruki almost screwed up. It was obvious to her that they had improvised the topic right on the spot, and that he was about to say something he wasn't supposed to. After looking over all of her reasons, she decided to take one more trip to Midoriya's room. There had to be something that the girls hadn't seen before. As Jiru made her way to Midoriya's room, a nagging feeling of unease gnawed at her insides. Something just didn't sit right with her about the whole situation. She couldn't shake the feeling that Akari and Midoriya were hiding something from them, and she needed to get to the bottom of it. Entering Midoriya's room, Jiru's eyes scanned the familiar surroundings, searching for any clues that might confirm her suspicions. She tried to recall things that they hadn't searched their first time in the room, and her eyes couldn't stop going back to the closet. As she approached the closet, her heart pounded in her chest with each step. After all, she didn't know what she could be dealing with. With trembling hands, she reached out and slowly pulled open the closet door, revealing what was inside. What she saw left her speechless and frozen in shock. Tucked away among Midoriya's belongings were weapons, 3 knives, 1 green and 2 real ones, a small gun, and even a sniper rifle. There was even boxes of ammo. One of the boxes had BB-looking bullets. The longer she looked, the weirder things became. Curse Kaminari for his video games. I shouldn't even know what a sniper rifle is. A wave of panic washed over Jairu as she struggled to comprehend what she was seeing. Why would Midoriya have weapons hidden in his closet? What was he planning to do with them? Her mind raced with a bunch of questions and worst-case scenarios, each more terrifying than the last. Could Midoriya be in danger? Or worse, could he be planning something dangerous himself? Was he a villain? The UA traitor? Panicked, she picked up the green knife. It seemed like RBB with weird letters on it. Then, her internal voice yelled at her. Her eyes widened when she realized that she shouldn't have touched them. He could know if he remembered. Where they were placed. She quickly put them back in place, praying that he wouldn't notice. Should I report this to Nizu? What happened? Is this really his stuff? She was really panicking now. She tried to think back at all the times they had been together in class. He was by far one of the kindest people in all of 1A, and he would never hurt anyone. She tried to brush it off, though the thought of it still bothered her. But then something hit her. Those weapons were used recently, and there was space for more. Based off the position of the clothes and stuff in the closet, the weapons were on top. You see, in a regular closet, a dress you wouldn't wear often would be at the bottom of things, like other clothes, shoes, or anything else. One example of this was a shoebox that had something on top of it. Based off that, she could tell that he hadn't used that shoebox, or whatever was in it for a while. The weapons, however, were at the top of everything. They looked like that had been used recently. She paused for a bit, then made a decision. She made her way back to the room and decided to keep her mouth shut about everything. The time will come, and she was sure she would get answers soon. Talking to Nizu might break the trust he has in Class 1A. After watching the movie, Okuda left the UA dorms. Why? Because she was actually really hungry and needed to catch up with the E-Class girls. She entered the house, only to see Yoshida, Muramatsu, Takebayashi, and Justice. Studying? Wow. I never took you guys for nerds, Okuda remarked with a playful grin, crossing her arms over her chest. She channeled her inner karma while saying that. Muramatsu glanced up from his notes, offering a nonchalant shrug. Whatever, we all have a test on the same thing soon, and Takebayashi is helping us. Ah, that's so cute, Okuda teased, her smile widening as she looked at Takebayashi. Ignoring the teasing, Okuda turned her attention to Justice. Do you guys know if Nagisa and the others are back from their mission? I don't know. They have been gone for a while, Takebayashi replied, furrowing his brow in thought. Terasika is probably falling asleep. He has an early bedtime. Yoshida chimed in with a chuckle. Haha, that reminds me of one of the kids from UA. Anyways, where are the girls? Or anyone? Okuda asked, glancing around the room curiously. I'm pretty sure a couple of them are in the spa. Something about an everything day, whatever that means, Muramatsu replied, his gaze returning to his notes. Okay, try not to stay up too late. Okuda called over her shoulder as she turned to leave. Who are you? Hara, Yoshida joked, earning a laugh from the others. Haha, very funny. I'm going now, Okuda replied, waving goodbye as she exited the room. With her goodbyes exchanged, Okuda made her way down the hall towards the spa. As she opened the door, she could see Meg, Keano, and Okano relaxing on chairs while Nakamura, Kinzaki, and Yada were doing their hair. Hayami, Hara, and Fuwa were all passed out, sleeping on massage chairs. Okuda sweat dropped at the sight. Oh, hey there, Okuda. Nakamura greeted with a friendly smile, waving her over to join the group. Whoa, I thought you were busy with all your hero stuff. Too good to hang out with us, huh? Nakamura teased, nudging Okuda playfully. Now you all know that's not true, and we literally talked on the phone yesterday. Okuda chuckled, shaking her head at their playful banter. She glanced around the room and noticed Hayami asleep in one corner. Is Hayami asleep? Keanu turned her head and laughed at the sight. Oh, it looks like Fuwa and Hara are passed out as well, Okano remarked, pointing to the other sleeping figures in the room. So what's up? Why are you here so early in the week? Meg asked, curiosity in her tone. Oh well, I decided to come over since Nagisa and Itona are gone on a mission. Okuda explained, settling into a nearby chair. All right, they still aren't back. Keanu asked, raising an eyebrow in surprise. I guess not, but I asked Ritsu a little bit ago, and she said they should be wrapping up. They're most likely at the ministry right now, Kenzaki chimed in. So, how's life at the dorms? Okano asked curiously. Oh yeah, did you guys know that Okajima made a photo album of us during 1 month? Okuda shared excitedly, reaching for her phone to show them the pictures. Oh no, he didn't, Meg exclaimed, leaning in closer to get a better look. I really hope they are appropriate, Hinano interjected, joining the conversation from the other side of the room. Don't worry, they're actually so cute. There was even one of Mr. Karasuma and Beach Sensei. Okuda laughed, scrolling through the photos on her phone. Oh my gosh, that's so cute, Keanu exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with delight at the adorable pictures. Okano raised an eyebrow, her expression curious. But how did you see them? I thought the computer was with Nagisa. Nakamura interjected. Wasn't it with Karma? Okuda shook her head, her lips pursed in thought. Actually, it was still in Nagisa's room. Keanu leaned forward, her eyes and smile wide. Oh, then how did you get to it? Okuda began to explain, his clasm dash. Keanu interrupted with an exclamation. Oh my gosh, why are his classmates so troublesome? Nakamura chuckled, shaking her head. Well, you can't blame them. I always love some good drama. Okano smirked playfully, teasing Nakamura. Yeah, but that's because you were like the devil. Nakamura's eyes widened in mock offense. Hey, what? Kazi giggled at the playful banter between Nakamura and Okano. Just as they were about to start the next conversation, the spa intercom rang. Hey girls, I heard you guys were in the spa. Get a chair ready for me. I'm super tired. The girls looked at each other and smiled. The intercom jolted Hayami awake, and she blinked in surprise at the sight of Okuda. Okuda? Since when were you here? Hayami yawned. Well, you were sleeping pretty good. Okuda chuckled. I was going to take a picture of you. You look so cute, Nakamura teased. Nakamura, I know I'm tired, but I can knock you out, Hayami joked. Ha ha ha. She's joking, right? Nakamura glanced around, seeking confirmation. Obviously, Keanu and Okano chimed in unison, while rolling their eyes. Yada finally made it to the spa, and the girls settled down to chat. So, how was the mission? Kenzaki asked. Oh, it was great. The ministry is going to send another group to collect the data from the villains we stopped, Yada replied. Is everyone okay? Like in One Piece. Okano pressed, while moving from the chair to the floor. Yeah, we didn't get in any bad situations, though Terasika almost blew our cover because he was fighting with Nagisa, Yada explained. Fighting with Nagisa? Is Terasika okay? Keanu laughed. Yes, haha, he's fine, Yada assured them. After a bit more catching up, the girls made their way downstairs. It wasn't that late, and Nakamura convinced them to eat some sugary snacks. Okuda entered the common room with a bright smile, greeted by the sight of Nagisa, Itona, and Terasika getting settled in. Hey guys, she exclaimed, her voice carrying a hint of excitement. Nagisa's face lit up at the unexpected arrival. Oh, Okuda, you're here, he remarked, surprised. I thought you were at the dorms. Yeah, I decided to come back just for the fun of it, Okuda replied casually, shrugging off her earlier reason. Nakamura, with her usual playful banter, no, she's lying. It's because your classmates are boring and Okuda loves us more than them, she teased, earning a chuckle from Keanu. Hey, don't forget they're super snoopy too, Keanu added, joining in on the jest. Nagisa's expression shifted to one of concern. Oh God, what did they do? He asked, a note of worry in his voice. Okuda's tone turned around as she tried to explain. They went into your room and searched it, she said, her eyes meeting Nagisa's with sympathy. Nagisa's eyes widened in horror. What? Okuda, I didn't put my weapons away, he exclaimed, panic evident in his voice. Okuda tried to reassure him. It's fine. They didn't find anything, she reassured him, hoping to alleviate his distress. Nagisa breathed a sigh of relief, but his face said otherwise. I swear to Achua with these people, he muttered under his breath, running a hand through his hair in frustration. They had to find something, though, Keanu remarked, her brows furrowing in thought. Okuda nodded in agreement. They found the house computer, she revealed, her expression betraying a hint of concern. Nagisa, you freaking idiot. That was supposed to be at Karma's today. Nakamura scolded, shaking her head in exasperation. Nagisa's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I forgot. He admitted sheepishly, realizing his mistake. Okuda quickly shifted the focus away from Nagisa's oversight. But they didn't find anything. Only some pictures Okajima took, she explained, trying to steer the conversation to a lighter topic. Hayami, who had been silent until now, piped up with curiosity. Wait, what pictures? Keanu chuckled softly, offering an explanation to the bewildered Hayami. You were there. Oh, wait. I forgot you were sleeping, she remarked with a playful grin. Meg jumped in with excitement. He took some pictures of us last year. They came out super cute, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Hinano's face lit up with delight. We all look amazing in them, she exclaimed, her voice filled with admiration. Hayami's face contorted in disgust. No, I look so horrible in pictures. As the conversation continued, time passed. Soon, Nagisa, Okuda, and Aitona had to leave. They called Aitona from his room in the intercom, said their goodbyes, and left, returning to UA. Nagisa was not going to let his classmates just get away with snooping. He had to come up with a plan and make sure he was more careful from now on. Well, there goes my trust. I really thought they were better than this, but I guess I was wrong. Nagisa sighed. Midoriya couldn't believe it. His classmates really couldn't be trusted. He needed to do something to keep them off his trail, something that would stop their suspicions. Suddenly, an idea popped into his mind. When he returned to the dorms, he spotted most of his classmates gathered around the couch, deeply engrossed in a movie. He made his way over and found Mina and the others sitting on the carpet nearby. Hey, Midoriya, Mina greeted with a smile. Hey, Kirishima chimed in. Welcome back. Isn't it a little late? Uraraka asked, her voice tinged with concern. Where were you? Jairu questioned, an accusatory note in her tone. Are you okay? Momo inquired, worry evident in her eyes. He paused, gathering his thoughts before speaking up. Well, I was okay, until I went into my room and found things out of place. You guys went through it, didn't you? He allowed a hint of venom to seep into his voice, doing his best to sound genuinely hurt. The TV clicked off, and a heavy silence fell over the group. The boys looked bewildered, while the girls exchanged guilty glances, fully aware of what he was referring to. Oh, Momo whispered, her voice filled with regret. We're really sorry. We didn't mean to snoop. Uraraka apologized earnestly. Then why did you do it? Are you really that fake? That untrustworthy? Midoriya's frustration was palpable. Whoa, what are you guys talking about? Kirishima interjected, looking from one person to another in confusion. Sneaking into his room? Kaminari echoed, furrowing his brows. That is very unheroic. What could you possibly have needed? Ida added, his disapproval unmistakable. Midoriya, are you sure you're not reading too much into this? Siro suggested, trying to calm things down. You've been acting so different lately. Can you blame us? Jaira challenged, her glare sharp. Midoriya sighed, deciding it was time for the next part of his plan. You want to know why I keep leaving? Why I'm so secretive these days? Fine, I'll tell you. My mother has a very bad disease. She's literally dying. I didn't realize you all felt the need to snoop into everything I do. I thought I could trust you. I even heard some of you think I'm a villain. Me? Really? He shook his head, feigning hurt. I've always been honest with you. I try to tell you everything, but maybe that trust is gone now. I'd never do anything to hurt any of you. He forced his voice to crack as he spoke, willing himself to look sad. A quick glance around the room showed it was working. Some of the girls looked ashamed, and the rest of the class seemed genuinely concerned. "I'm going back to my room. Don't knock unless it's an emergency," he declared, turning on his heel and heading down the hall. As soon as he was out of sight, a small smile broke out on his face. That seemed to work. Great. Now, I just need to do a bit of damage control. Back in his room, he started tidying up, rearranging things to make it look less cryptic. Then he noticed his computer. Right? This was supposed to be with Karma today. I'll give it to him tomorrow. He needs it for training before his mission on Tuesday. He moved to his closet, but his heart dropped when he saw that his weapons had been moved. This was bad. Being caught with unapproved weapons on campus could get him expelled. He hoped none of his classmates had discovered them. Then he remembered Okuda had been with the girls during their search. She would have prevented them from finding anything. With a sigh of relief, he decided to lock his weapons in a safe place, hiding them further out of sight. By the time he finished cleaning, it was very late. He lay down, trying to gather his thoughts for tomorrow. Where are the others? Right, Itona is skipping class, and Okuda is sleeping over at the house. Itona must be getting sick of the others. Midoriya's eyes drifted closed, a small smile on his face as he thought of how well he'd pulled off the day. With his plans in place, he let sleep take over, ready to face whatever came next. 3rd person. Morning arrived, but the tension from the previous night lingered thickly in the air, casting an awkwardness over breakfast. Bakugo wasted no time, confused on why the class was silent. "All right, what the F happened last night? Why are all you extras so DMN quiet?" Midoriya greeted him with forced cheeriness. "Good morning, Kakin. We just had a little chat about trust and reliability last night." Bakugo clicked his tongue in irritation. "TC, whatever." The rest of breakfast passed in a blur. Class 1A strolled into the room, greeted by the sight of Vlad King, their history teacher, standing at the front. "All right, students, we have a special lesson for today," Vlad King announced. The class exchanged curious glances, intrigued by what their lesson could entail. "Have you guys ever wondered what happened to our moon?" Vlad King prompted. Midoriya, who wasn't really paying attention, now tuned in attentively. Momo eagerly raised her hand. Didn't it get destroyed by some cruel villain?" Midoriya winced at Momo's mention of Koro-sensei. Vlad King nodded. "Yes, very good, Momo. The moon was indeed destroyed by a villain." Kirishima chimed in. "What kind of heartless monster would do that?" "Yeah, don't we need the moon to survive?" Kaminari added. "Was the villain caught, or something?" Bakugo inquired. "So, this is a peculiar lesson." Vlad King paused. "We don't know much about this villain because he mysteriously died." "Oh yeah, it was last year, right?" Uraraka recalled. "Yeah, it wasn't on the news." Ida added. Vlad continued. "Yes, the event was recorded on the news, but..." Hagakure interrupted. "Then how do you not know much about it?" "If you would let me finish," Vlad responded. "The event was erased from the news the very next day. Every record of the event was destroyed." Kaminari was amazed. "Whoa, how did people make that happen?" Momo interjected. "If I can remember correctly, it was actually the government." Sato contributed. Actually, I heard that it was leaders from everywhere in the world." "That doesn't even make sense," Mina remarked. Now, let's get back to the lesson," Vlad urged. Midoriya was listening intently to the conversation. It made him angry that everyone knew Koro-sensei to be some heartless villain. He tried his best to not scream out and explain how he was the best thing to ever happen to him and the rest of 3E. He was under a GG order. He couldn't even do anything about it. "Wait, we are under a GG order. The world leaders covered the whole incident up. So why is Vlad King teaching us about him? What the hell?" Midoriya, seething inside, couldn't hold back anymore. He raised his hand. "Hey, sensei." Midoriya spoke up. "Yes? What's up, Midoriya?" Vlad inquired. "If this event was covered up by the government, then why are you teaching us about the villain in class? If the world leaders thought the event was so bad, he shouldn't be talked about in schools, right?" Midoriya questioned. Todoroki froze, picking up a discrepancy. Why did you refer to the villain as he? Todoroki pressed. Midoriya cursed internally. Momo also noticed the discrepancy. "Wow, I didn't even notice that. Why did you call the villain he?" Midoriya knew he was going to have to say something controversial to cover it up, but he had to do it anyway. Midoriya knew he had to think fast. It was because there are more boy villains, you know? I assumed it to be a boy, Midoriya stammered. Bakugo was not pleased. What the hell are you saying? Are you implying that only men can be villains? Yeah, what kind of thought process is that, Deku-kun? Uraraka chimed in. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to assume its gender. Midoriya backtracked, feeling the weight of everyone's stares. Vlad intervened. You make a good point. But here at UA, where the teachers are pro-heroes, we are allowed to cover topics as long as they aren't specifically restricted by a government order. Oh, okay, Midoriya replied, making a mental note to talk to Ritsu after this. Now, back on topic. Who can tell me what happened as a result of the moon's vaporization? Vlad redirected the class. Midoriya zoned out, not really listening to the conversation. Soon after that, class was over, and the kids were waiting alone for English class. While walking out of the class and into the hallway, he ran into Irina. Oh, hey there, Beach Sensei, Midoriya greeted. What do you think you're doing? Are you causing trouble again, Nagisa? She asked him accusingly. Midoriya, offended, replied, what? No. Also, I told you to call me Izuku or Midoriya. My bad, Nagisa, she said while giggling. Midoriya, mock angry, rolled his eyes. I swear, just go teach the class. Irina gave him a wicked grin. Nah, you never answered me. I dash. She gasped, oh my gosh. You're skipping class. No, I'm not. I'm just going to the bathroom. Midoriya said, trying not to let his classmates hear him. Irina rolled her eyes, whatever. Okay, go before the bell rings. Midoriya said, trying to get her to class. Bye, Nagisa, she called, with a teasing smirk. Jelabitch, Midoriya called back, satisfied at getting the last laugh. Midoriya wandered around the halls, and then made his way to the bathroom. After making sure nobody was in there, he sat down in silence. He had that feeling of unease in his body, like when you don't feel angry or sad, just weird. He pulled out his phone to read the messages in the 3E chat. Nagisa, hey guys. Nakamura, hey Nagisa. Okuda, Nagisa, you should be in class with Professor Beach right now. Nagisa, you should be with Power Loader right now. Nakamura, what kind of weird-ass name is that? Karma, right? This place is so weird. Sugino, so we are all on our phones RN? Hinano, yep. Isegai, guys, I think we should focus on school. Nakamura, oh my gosh, you are literally such a party pooper. Muramatsu, pooper haha. Okano, ISTG Muramatsu. Yada, Muramatsu egged FOFF your fiend, right now the teacher is looking for you directed. Yoshida, what the hell? Kanzaki, she is most likely typing without looking under her desk. Keano, it reminds me of when Maehara didn't know how to spell your. Nagisa, you are right. He spelled it like UE. Maehara. Alright, Keano, we are fighting when you get home. Okano, as if you could fight her. Kanzaki, you couldn't even get a scratch on Mr. Karasuma, crying face. Isegai, okay, but that's because he's like a trained combat guy. Terasika, so are we? Nagisa, did anyone actually get him though? Karma, I did. Nakamura, you don't count. You are literally a natural. Sugino, TBH, we never got a spar against him during the last couple months. Hinano, oh, don't mention that time, my heart just dropped, crying face. Okano, yeah. Nagisa, it's all in the past. We're fine. Nagisa, but Sugino has a point, we never were able to spar against him. Nakamura, do you think we would win? Terasika, nah, we'd win. Itona, no, you wouldn't. Terasika, HH? Kanzaki, loudly crying face. Ritsu, I just had to save Muramatsu from getting in trouble because his butt couldn't pay attention to the teacher. Muramatsu, okay, I didn't realize she stopped teaching. Ritsu, even Yada noticed. Karma, hey, you should be on top with your spatial awareness. Alright, that's why Nagisa got you so easily during the paintball game. Nakamura, LMAO, Nagisa. Anyways, Ritsu, I wanted to talk to you about the government's involvement with Korosensei. Keanu, what? Aren't we in a GG order or something? Sugino, Isn't the whole thing hidden from public? Nagisa. Apparently not, because we just had a lesson on the villain who destroyed the moon. Okano, what? Is it even, legal? Ritsu, no, it shouldn't be. Okano, well, what did they say? Nagisa. They talked about him being heartless and a cruel villain. Hinano. WTH, I literally screamed at a camera that he was the opposite of that. Sujino. They took all the news coverage off the internet, though, right? Ritsu. Yeah, I helped them. Ritsu. I'm going to talk to Mr. Karasuma. Isegai. Okay, guys, how about we all get back to class? Meg, what a good idea. Fua. Why can't school just be like High School Musical? Maehara. I won't think you really want that. Nagisa. By everybody. Midoriya turned off his phone and looked at his watch. He had lost track of time, and class was almost halfway over. He ran to the 1A classroom. When he walked into class, he was greeted by a mad Jelabitch. Hey there, Midoriya. Nice of you to join us. Midoriya got really scared. Would Beach Sensei rat him out? He was proven wrong in the last second. Finally back from recovery, girl? Are you feeling better? His eyes widened before saying, yes, thank you. Sorry for being late. Then, under her breath, she mumbled, you forgot me and Karasuma were in the group chat. Stop being suspicious. After Beach Sensei's class finished, school passed in a blur. Nothing really interesting happened. Nothing that Midoriya thought would matter. The kids stepped into the dorms, and the tension in the air was almost tangible. The girls of one exchanged glances before approaching Midoriya. Midoriya, began Mina, her voice hesitant as she turned to face her. Midoriya responded, meeting her gaze. Uraraka chimed in, her tone gentle yet determined. Can we talk to you? Midoriya nodded slowly. Oh, yes, sure. Together, they made their way to Mina's dorm room. And Midoriya, Momo started, her voice wavering slightly. We would like to apologize for snooping in your room. Uraraka nodded in agreement. We really didn't have bad intentions. Sue chimed in softly. We didn't know what was happening in your life. Momo continued, her tone remorseful. And we didn't take that into notice. Jairu spoke up, her voice apologetic. Yeah, we're sorry. Midoriya sighed, his expression softening. It's okay. I know you guys didn't mean to cause any harm. And I'm sorry for all the things I said yesterday. Mina leaned forward, her eyes earnest. So you forgive us? Midoriya nodded, a small smile playing on his lips. Yeah, as long as you guys don't try and snoop anymore. As they entered the common area, the boys looked up, concern evident on their faces. Kirishima spoke up first, his voice laced with worry. Hey, everything all right? Midoriya nodded, his expression now lighter. Yeah, everything's fine now. Todoroki raised an eyebrow, skepticism evident in his tone. Really? Uraraka beamed, eager to reassure them. Yes, everything's sorted out. No need to worry. Just then, Akari and Haruki walked into the room, their presence immediately drawing the attention of the students. Hey guys, Kirishima called out, waving enthusiastically. What's up? Akari grinned, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Not much, just enjoying the peace and quiet. Haruki chuckled, shaking his head. Speak for yourself. I could pass out right now. The students laughed, the tension of earlier fading away. The students slowly made their way into their friend groups. Unfortunately, there's never a dull day in the dorms. Haruki, Akari, and Midoriya were hanging out in Midoriya's room and chatting. They were talking about what they wanted to do this Friday. What did we miss while we were gone? Okuda asked. Midoriya shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, nothing much. I talked to them about snooping in my room. I told you that they were no good. Itona grumbled, his tone tinged with distrust. Midoriya raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his voice. Come on, are you this salty about your classmates? Yes. Take Bayashi is always yelling at him for it. Okuda sighed, rolling her eyes. Okay, we could leave if you want. Midoriya suggested, gesturing towards the door. That sounds like a good idea. We have to go meet Hayami's cat anyways. Okuda said, a smile tugging at her lips. I love cats, Itona deadpanned. A serious face for a silly comment. So, do you want to go to the house? Midoriya asked, turning to face them. Yeah, but what are you going to tell your classmates? Okuda questioned, her brow furrowing slightly. Itona pondered for a moment before responding. You should have no problem lying to them. I think you're a natural now, he said, a playful glint in his eyes. Oh, come on, fine. I'll tell them we're going to my mom's. Midoriya relented with a sigh. I thought you told them your mom was sick. Okuda pointed out, confusion in her voice. Midoriya scratched his head sheepishly. Oh yeah, okay. Itona, we're going to yours, he declared with a grin. All right, Itona said, nodding in agreement. Wait a minute. Who's driving us? Okuda said, confused. Okuda, we can just roof hop, Itona said like it was nothing. Midoriya sweat dropped. Actually, let's walk. I don't want to almost kill another old man. As they left the dorms, they started the long walk to the house. 20 minutes of walking had passed, and the three were unfazed. After all those years walking the mountain, they were more than trained in endurance. The three of them exchanged glances, then stopped walking. Midoriya sighed. For a girl who is invisible, you would think that they would be more stealthy. What a lame way to use your quirk. It's a shame, Itona said, disappointed in her. Okuda facepalmed. I mean, with that advantage, you would think that you would train to be more quiet. The three people turned around, spotting Hagakure. Seriously? We talked about this already, Midoriya said. Didn't you just talk to them about this? Okuda sighed. They approached Hagakure, and Itona knocked her out. Jiru and Hagakure were hanging out in their room. They wanted to play a language game, inspired by Midoriya and his friends. They decided they wanted to learn a language, and they thought that it would be cool to learn Russian. They searched up some basic words and pulled up a translator. Hagakure started trying to say the words. The translator showed the English version. Suddenly, the translator started showing words that Hagakure wasn't saying. So, do you want to go to the house? Yeah, but what are you going to tell your classmates? You should have no problem lying to them. I think you're natural now. Oh, come on, fine. I'll tell them we're going to my mom's. I thought you told them your mom was sick. Oh yeah, okay. Itona, we're going to yours. All right. Wait a minute. Who's driving us? Okuda, we can just roof hop. Actually, let's walk. I don't want to almost kill another old man. The two girls exchanged a glance, their expressions mirroring confusion and horror. Jiru's voice came out sharp with disbelief. What the F? What was that? Hagakure frowned, her invisible form betraying her puzzled expression. Where did that come from? Jiru's mind raced as she connected the dots. Midoriya's room is right next to us. The translator might have picked up that conversation. She gasped. Hagakure's eyes widened in realization. He was lying to us. Jiru nodded grimly. I guess so. Killing an old man? What the hell does that mean? Hagakure exclaimed. Jiru had a good feeling that that statement related to the weapons she found in the room. By this time, both of the girls' hearts were racing. Jiru was getting more and more suspicious of Midoriya every day. Hagakure tried to offer a glimmer of hope. They could just be playing around. We don't know that for sure. Jiru hesitated before continuing, her tone uncertain. This might sound weird, but Hagakure finished her sentence, understanding dawning in her voice. You wanted to follow them? I know. With a determined nod, Jiru watched as Hagakure got up and undressed to be completely invisible. Hagakure made her way, following Midoriya and the others. When Midoriya, Haruki, and Akari stopped walking, Hagakure froze. When they started talking about her, she was scared shitless. How the hell can they see me? I'm invisible. And I thought I was being really quiet. This whole time, nobody else noticed me. Before she knew it, she was passed out. The three kids stood over Hagakure's invisible body. Midoriya furrowed his brows, his voice laced with uncertainty. So, what do we do about this? Okuda glanced at him, her attitude in her words. She's your classmate. Midoriya hesitated, searching for a solution. Itona interjected. We could drop her back off at the dorms. Okuda's eyes widened in apprehension. How would we? We could get caught. Itona shrugged. She's an invisible girl. It's not like we're going to be seen holding her body. Midoriya nodded in agreement. You have a good point. Itona pressed on. Where do we leave her? Midoriya pondered for a moment. We could leave her on the couch. Okuda scoffed. Yeah, right. The boys are probably gaming. Itona scratched his head, considering their options. Okay, we could leave her outside. Okuda's eyes lit up with an idea. What if we wake her up and leave her on the doorstep and run away? Midoriya's eyes widened in surprise. He never thought Okuda would think like that. DMN was all he could say. Itona nodded, a smirk playing on his lips. It works. Okay, let's go back, Midoriya agreed. They made their way back to the dorms. Itona, carrying Hagakure on his shoulders, trying to be discreet. Carefully, they left her on the doorstep and gently woke her up. After confirming that she was awake, they ran away quickly. This time, they decided to wait for Maehara to pick them up in the car because they didn't feel like walking. Maehara, his hands steady on the wheel, glanced at the others in the rearview mirror. So what happened? Just bored. Okuda's voice carried a hint of excitement. No. Itona knocked out a girl. Maehara's grip on the steering wheel tightened, his eyes widening in shock. What? Midoriya leaned forward eagerly. She was following us. I deliberately walked the wrong way, and we caught her. Itona couldn't hide his satisfaction, a proud grin spreading across his face. She was invisible. Maehara's eyes widened in amazement. Wow. Wait till Karma hears about that. Midoriya chuckled confidently. Yeah. Huh? I'm sure he would be proud. Okuda beamed with pride. For sure. As the car pulled up to the house, excitement bubbled within the group. They were greeted by Meg and Isegai, who approached them with curious expressions. Meg raised an eyebrow. Hey, what's going on? Back so early? Itona couldn't contain his grin. You won't believe what just happened. Midoriya jumped in eagerly, recounting the events with animated gestures. We caught someone following us, and get this, she was invisible. Isegai's eyes widened in surprise, and he started to laugh. No way, really? Okuda nodded, her excitement happy. It was insane. Together, they made their way to the common area, where they found the girls watching a game show. Hayami glanced up as they entered, curiosity flashing in her eyes. Hey guys, what's up? Here for Hara's amazing food. Nagisa, what's up? Are you guys here for Hara's food? Hayami greeted cheerfully. Wait, Hara made food. Okuda's eyes widened in surprise. Hara made food? Nagisa's stomach growled in response. OMG, I'm so hungry. The two of them hastily made their way to the kitchen, where Nakamura, Karma, Sugino, and Kanzaki were engaged in conversation with Hara. Hayami, where's the cat? Itona inquired eagerly. Hayami chuckled softly. I think she's over there with Chiba and Terasika. Without wasting a moment, Itona darted over to join them. Hagakure woke up on the dorm entrance confused. What am I doing here? Then the realization struck her. Oh my god, I was following Midoriya and the others. What happened? She opened the door quickly and grabbed the attention of Class 1A. Todoroki's eyebrows furrowed in confusion. What was that? Momo's eyes widened as she noticed something. Did the door just open? Uraraka's gaze followed Momo's, and she let out a relieved sigh. What? Oh, it's Hagakure. Siro's brow creased in puzzlement. What are you doing in your hero clothes? Hagakure shifted nervously. It's nothing. Has anyone seen Jairu? Bakugo snorted, a smirk playing on his lips. Yeah, Ear Freak was in her dorm room. Ida's eyes widened in shock. Bakugo, that is not nice. Bakugo shrugged, unapologetic. I don't give a F for eyes. Hagakure muttered a quick, thank you, before darting off to find Jairu. Mina furrowed her brows, voice low with concern. That was strange. What's going on? Kirishima nodded, his mind already racing with possibilities. I agree. Something doesn't feel right. Uraraka chewed on her lip, deep in thought. Why was Hagakure in her hero costume? And why was she asking about Jairu? Siro laughed. Why'd you have to attack Jairu like that? Bakugo rolled his eyes, irritated. Because that's what she is, tape face. Always with those DMN earphones. Ida frowned, disapproval evident in his tone. Still, Bakugo, that's not an excuse to be disrespectful. Bakugo grunted in response, crossing his arms defiantly. Meanwhile, Mina's gaze remained fixed on the direction Hagakure had gone. We should go check on Jairu. Momo nodded in agreement. Yes, we need to make sure everything's all right. Uraraka shook her head. We shouldn't look too much into it. There isn't really a problem. Kaminari nodded. Yeah, I think we should just leave them alone right now. Let's not worry. Tomorrow is Saturday. Jairu was waiting in her dorm, nervous and kind of regretting sending Hagakure on the spying. SHD, why would I do that? Midoriya could be dangerous, and I really didn't think about her safety. I really hope she's okay. Just as Jairu's worry reached its peak, the door swung open, revealing Hagakure standing there. Jairu rushed forward, her concern in her voice. Hagakure, are you okay? What happened? Hagakure hesitated, as if trying to recall something. I was following them, and they noticed me. Jairu cursed under her breath. SHD, what did you do? Hagakure shook her head, her voice quiet. The next thing I knew, I was back at the dorms. Jairu's eyes narrowed with confusion. Wait a minute. How the hell did they notice an invisible girl? Hagakure sighed in frustration. That's the thing. I don't understand. She reached for her phone and saw messages from Akari, which only confused her more. Akari, hey Hagakure, are you okay? Akari, we were walking and we noticed you and came over to say hi, but you passed out. Akari, Haruki felt so bad, haha. We took you back to the dorms. Akari, hope you are feeling better. Akari, drink some water, Midoriya. Akari, you scared us. You should go to Recovery Girl to make sure you're okay. There is something going around, I heard. Haruki, Hagakure, and Jairu's faces both widened reading the texts. Why is this whole thing so confusing? Thank you for joining us on this journey through What If Deku was Nagisa Shiota. We hope you found it as captivating as we did. A big thank you to Boring Stories for creating such an engaging story. Don't forget to visit their profile on Wattpad for more fantastic works. The link is in the description below. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up, share it with your friends, and subscribe to Zen and Fanfics for more intriguing explorations into fanfiction and fantasy. Your support helps us create more content like this, and we love hearing your thoughts and suggestions in the comment section. See you soon in the next video.